Good morning. Welcome, Mayor, members of committee, members of the administration, members of the public. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Welcome to the November 30th, 2022 Executive Committee meeting. We acknowledge that we are on the traditional lands of Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed by 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan, parts of Alberta and Manitoba, and the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and on the homeland of the Métis Nation. The City of Regina owes its strengths and vibrancy to these lands and the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as settlers from around the world who continue to be welcome here and call Regina home. Some members of the committee and city administration may be attending today's meeting through video conferencing. I would like to remind those members of the following. Please ensure that your video camera and your microphones are turned off. If a member of committee wishes to speak, use the raised hand function to be placed into the speaking queue. When speaking, remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera, and all votes will be conducted with a recorded vote. Reports recommended for consideration by City Council will be dealt with at its meeting scheduled for December 7th, and the deadline to register as a delegation for the City Council meeting is 1 p.m. on Thursday, December 1st. Could I ask for a motion to approve the public agenda? At the call of the chair, can I have someone move the motion with the addition of delegation Colin Lowenberger, Mobius Benefit Administrators, Inc., Regina, for item EX 22-128, in attendance for questions only. Withdrawal of the delegation Deidre Sentis for item EX 22-129, and addition of item EX 22-133, a communication from NICOR Group related to its delegation on EX 22-131. Could I please have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. I'll call a question. Are there any opposed? I declare the motion carried. Thank you. Adoption of the minutes. Can I have someone move a motion to adopt the minutes of meetings held on November 2nd, 2022 and November 16, 2022? Thank you very much, Councillor Bresciani. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, I'll call a question. Any opposed? Motion carried. Thank you very much. We'll deal with EX 22-126 at the start. I'd like to call upon delegation Alice Moreau. Is Ms. Moreau here? Please come forward. And are all of these people in one delegation, or are they just individual?
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you, guys.
Just before you start, thank you for coming forward. Could I ask you to state your name for the record, the organization that you're representing, where you live, and you have 5 minutes to address the executive committee, after which there'll be an opportunity for members of the committee to ask questions.
Okay. So my name is Alicia Morrow. I am the founder and CVO of the Comeback Society, and here I am supporting the food bank, the Regina Food Bank, in today's agenda. I live in Regina, Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Alicia. You may go ahead.
Hi. Sorry, I'm a little shocked I'm coming up here first. But so I'm the founder of the Comeback Society, and it's a local nonprofit focused on amplifying Indigenous voices and culture. And we have a big partnership with the Regina Food Bank. And today I wanted to come and kind of talk about, the importance of why I think the city should give the food bank $200,000 for this new location. But I first wanted to kind of talk about, to order to understand why the food bank is so necessary, we have to understand the history of colonization and understand why a lot of Indigenous people are utilizing the food bank. And that comes to the direct result of colonization. Treaty in Regina, Regina was actually, the translation to Regina is called pile of bones. And that was when the government slaughtered the buffalo and used it as warfare against our people. That pushed us into the stage of dependency and forced us into signing these treaties. In the Cree language, the surrendering doesn't actually exist in our language. That word doesn't translate to anything. We weren't under the understanding that we were surrendering this land in these things. And so, you know, it forced our people into dependency, and now those effects can still be seen today, you know, through housing and food insecurity and those different things. And so, you know, what we do with the food bank, I think, is something that's revolutionary, with the sense that we are bringing our traditional foods back into play as we're looking at food sovereignty. Recently we did a buffalo harvest, and the food bank was a big part of that as well. And we're able to revitalize these traditions and bring that back into the way that we are looking at it. The food bank, you know, with this new building, I think that we are able to look at reconciliation through this and to provide choice and dignity to people who are utilizing the food bank, to be able to humanize this experience that was once taken away and forced our people to, you know, do this. There's this big thing about, you know, when you put your hands out and you have to ask for food. There's this thing that's an institutionalized way, an ideology of doing this thing, and there has to be a different way forward. There has to be choice, and there has to be dignity to be able to go to a place and to choose what you're doing, you know, to be able to put food on the table and to eat in a healthy way. It's really hard when you are living on a SIS budget or something like that. And so, you know, the people with the food bank, they don't always, the users of the food bank don't always get to have a choice in what they're eating because of the baskets and these hampers. It is working, but we need to look at ways moving forward to change that. And I think by securing this and supporting the food bank in creating a first of its kind grocery store type way would provide a humanizing experience to the people of the food bank. And it's not just Indigenous peoples, it's the working class, it's so many different people. But, you know, there could be education that comes from this, there can be that. And I think, you know, a lot of the families with kids, you know, will have a different aspect when they look at themselves, and you're taking away the stereotype and these things that we think of the food bank, and we can really change the way that we move forward together collectively. You know, Regina, the food bank, what we're doing, and we work together because that is reconciliation, and we must change the way we're doing things because what we're doing right now is clearly not working. So I think I would really hope that you guys would support the full $200,000 to the food bank for this initiative.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. There may be questions from committee members. Councillor Stadnichuk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair, thank you for coming. My question is, I'd like to know how long you've had a partnership with the food bank and what kind of, how that was initiated.
So we've had a partnership for about a year with the food bank. We utilize their space every Sunday. We have a program called Soup Bowl Sunday where we make over 300 meals a week and we distribute them on 2 locations. In total, we've served over 17,000 meals, and we're working towards food sovereignty. We want to grow all of our own vegetables and harvest all of our own traditional meats to be able to provide that to our community. And the food bank has been graciously one of our biggest supports in creating this and bringing and revitalizing these traditions to for our people.
Thank you. And one final question through the chair. You will continue to be working with the food bank at this particular location or at both locations? At
both locations, and we're hoping to do education focused on food sovereignty and teaching our people how to revitalize those practices.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any further questions from committee members? Councillor Barchiani.
Thank you for coming today. You said you drop off in 2 locations. What are those locations? Through the chair?
Pepsi Park and downtown in front of the library.
Okay, perfect. And second question, I have not heard of Comeback Society, so thank you for being here. Can you just tell me, like, what is your membership? How many do you have in this society? Like, just a little membership and that kind of thing.
So this is actually a very new nonprofit. We started as a podcast between my sister and I, talking about our experiences as urban Indigenous kin, reclaiming and revitalizing through our education journey. We realized there was a huge need for cultural programming and revitalizing our practices here in an urban center. And so right now, we're transitioning fully into, we registered as a nonprofit, we're gaining our membership right now, and we're moving forward with all of our mentors kind of helping us. So.
Okay. All right, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Any further questions? Seeing none, we appreciate your coming forward. Thank you very much. You may return to the gallery. And I would like to call on delegation Aubrey Hook and Emily Albano. Please come forward to the delegation desk. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you represent, and where you live. You have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which there may be questions and you'll have an opportunity to respond. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Aubrey Hauk. I am here representing and supporting the Regina Food Bank from the perspective of a volunteer, and I live here in Regina, Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much. And with you is?
I'm Emily Albano, also here on behalf of the food bank as a volunteer, also from Regina, Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Ms. Albano. You may go forward.
Thank you, and good morning, and thank you so much for having us. We support the Regina Food Bank in a volunteer capacity as members of a group called the Changemakers Collective. We are a group of young leaders in the Regina community who advocate for and fundraise for the Regina Food Bank. So as volunteers and young leaders, we have seen the impact of Regina Food Bank services and understand that addressing food insecurity is good for both our community and our economy.
A few members of the Changemakers developed an advocacy plan for the Regina Food Bank. Part of this advocacy plan speaks to the need to advance the community well-being plan. And an action goal in the community well-being plan is to explore opportunities to establish community food hubs that can act as centers for food preparation, distribution, programming, and knowledge development. By supporting this request, Regina Food Bank can immediately start work on implementing the food security portion of the community well-being plan.
So we support the food bank's request for $200,000, especially as they are bringing significant internal reserves and corporate dollars to the table. And a new community food hub will help enrich our downtown and, most importantly, bring resources closer to the people who need it.
When the food bank is feeding 12,000 people a month, we all need to rapidly address food insecurity, and this community food hub is a really important step to be able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Do members of the committee have any questions? Councilor LeBlanc.
Thank you. I was interested in your comment, bring food closer to the people who need it. I wonder if you can just elaborate on that. Why does it matter to have this downtown, and where are the people who need it located?
For sure. Well, accessibility is very important, and the food hub that the food bank is supporting in this location is very central and easy to access. The current location right now, bus routes to get there aren't necessarily the most accessible. This new location is very walkable, close to other centers and bus stops where people can much easily access it.
Great. Thank you.
Councilor Bresciani.
Your Changemakers Collective, again, your membership, how many youth are there, part of your group?
For sure. So we started this group just at the beginning of 2021. And through that year, we worked to bring people on the team. It was a very foundational year to figure out what we're doing and how we work best. So in the end, it ended up being 9 individuals, and all of us had previously volunteered with the food bank in other capacities. So there was 9 of us, and throughout the year, half of our group worked on the advocacy plan statement that Emily spoke to that's now being shared throughout the food bank social media. And then the other group of us focused on the fundraising efforts. So we hosted a golf tournament fundraiser that brought together leaders in the community and their teams to support specifically the food bank's new school food program, and that brought in $25,000 for meals directly for that program. So that were our first two big initiatives that we did in our first year.
Okay, that's awesome. Great. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Brashani. Any further questions? Seeing none, we appreciate you coming forward and providing the information. You may return to the gallery. And I'd like to call on Justin Lee to come forward, please. Mr. Lee, please introduce yourself for the record, the organization, if any, that you're representing, and where you live. You'll have 5 minutes to make your presentation, following which there may be questions from the committee. Please go ahead.
Great, thank you, and thanks for having me this morning. My name is Justin Lee. I'm the general manager and partner at Path Cowork, which I'm here representing today, and I live here in Regina, in downtown Regina. I walked here this morning.
Cold morning.
Yes. Yeah, so thank you for having me here today. I'm here in support of the Regina Food Bank and in support particularly of the proposed community food hub. I think for us and our business, this is something that we're really excited about. So we're located at 1965 Broad Street, which is the closest business in proximity to the location of the proposed initiative. So we occupy about 40,000 square feet of workspace in downtown Regina, and we're a community of over 50 different businesses and 250 members, and a big part of our vision has been to create a community and a business hub, and I think by adding the community food hub in our close direct ecosystem will only contribute immensely to a safer and more vibrant downtown community, which I think as business owners in the downtown community is something that we are extremely committed to and interested in seeing that further. We've had the opportunity to be very close partners and collaborators with the Regina Food Bank over the last number of years. And I'd say that, we're really excited to continue to collaborate with them on this project, to bring this project to life and to be their direct neighbor as part of that. So I would say, for us, we fully support the request for $200,000. We think it's been, an incredible community initiative that they've led, and they're bringing additional resources. And I think it's really important to note that strategic partnerships are being brought to the table that will allow this to be a long-standing success in the community, and a long-term partner of ours that will allow this to continue to make a commitment in the city. As business people and business owners in downtown Regina, I think, it's important to address food insecurity, and, that is a direct impactor of both our economy and our community. So on behalf of Path Cowork, I'd like to thank you for considering this request, and thank you for your commitment to making Regina a more vibrant and safe place to be. I'd say personally, I live close to that location. I live in downtown Regina as a young or moderately young person. I also run a nonprofit organization called Buckets and Borders, which is all about creating inclusive spaces in Regina. And I think that this just adds to a more inclusive space for a number of different reasons. We'll continue to make an impact if you guys are able to help and commit from a financial perspective. So on behalf of PATH and our business community, we look forward to this coming to life.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lee. There may be questions. Seeing none, you were very clear, very interesting. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and I'd like to call on Judith Verisic to come forward. Morning, Ms. Verzick. You know the routine here. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you represent, and where you live. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation, following which there may be questions from committee members.
Thank you. Good morning, Deputy Mayor Hawkins, Mayor Masters, and City Council. My name is Judith Verasek. I am Executive Director with the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District, and I live in City of Regina, Ward 4. On behalf of the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District, I am pleased to provide our support for EX 22-126, the Regina Food Bank project at 1720 12th Avenue. Regina Downtown is thrilled to see this much-needed development occur in our community. As we all know, Broad Street is facing significant challenges in terms of vacancy and underutilized land. The investment in the community food hub will activate and beautify an ugly, underutilized corner on a major corridor in our downtown. The community food hub will be a first of its kind in Canada, providing a dignified food distribution experience for its clients, akin to going to a traditional grocery store. This project further supports the Regina Food Bank's mandate of addressing food insecurity in our community. It will provide a more accessible location for clients of the Regina Food Bank, as it is easily accessible by transit. It's located on a number of transit routes. It's centrally located in our community and is within walking distance of many of our downtown neighborhoods. We are excited to see the community food hub developed at this location, as we believe it will provide stability along Broad Street and hopefully catalyze additional development on the east side of downtown. We urge the City of Regina to approve the lease for the city-owned property at 1720 12th Avenue and provide paving of the 1720 12th Avenue property in kind. We also support the cash donation of $200,000 to the Regina Food Bank as requested to ensure this project becomes a reality. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Serzik. Are there any questions from committee members? Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. We heard the previous delegation, Mr. Lee, indicate he thinks this program would make it safer downtown. I wonder, do you have a sense of whether that sentiment is shared by any of your other members in the business community about the relationship between developments like this and safety downtown?
Through the chair, I think any type of development that creates activity, eyes on the street, will create that feeling of safety in the downtown. As we've had conversations with the food bank, I think the clientele that they serve need a dignified way of food distribution and picking up their much needed supplies. And I think this location will give them that, as well as just creating more activity and I guess activity and eyes on the street in that corner of our downtown.
Great, thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Nelson.
Just kind of a follow-up question. Was there a public consultation done with the businesses in the community? If so, was there any, what was the reply? Was it negative, positive? I mean, we all think it's a great idea, I think, but just, was there anything that you can add from the businesses in the area, through the chair?
So, through the chair, the food bank was able to present to our board at our board meeting yesterday, and there was a unanimous support for the program. In terms of direct input from immediate businesses, you've heard from the Path Co-work folks, and they voiced their support. There are minimal neighbors, I guess, in that area, so we'll have to rely on the board perspective on that.
Thank you very much. That's good, Judith. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further questions? Seeing none, we appreciate your coming forward, Ms. Verzik. Thank you for your presentation. You may return to the gallery. And I'd like to call on the next delegation, 4 people, John Bailey, David Froh, Shauna Flaman, and Caitlin Barber. Would you please come forward? Thank you very much. I'd like to call on the leader of the delegation to introduce herself for the record, the organization she represents, and if applicable, where you live. And perhaps you can ask each of your members of your delegation to do the same. Once that's done, 5 minutes for your presentation, and then any questions from committee members. So please go ahead.
Perfect. Perhaps for expediency, I'll introduce for the record myself, Caitlin Barber, Shauna Flamin, David Froh, and John Bailey, all representing the Regina Food Bank and residing in Regina, Saskatchewan.
Perfect, thank you.
So good morning. As mentioned, my name is Caitlin Barber, and I've introduced the rest of the delegation that's here with me today. In your package, you'll see information about our community impact and our request to you today. You may know our food bank feeds over 12,000 people a month, supports over 1,500 students with our school food program, distributes over 13,000 pounds of food a day, and directly supports over 100 community agencies, some of which you heard from today. You may know that we operate without any government funding, or that many thousands in our community have unmet needs. When people are food insecure, our education, healthcare, and economic outcomes suffer. Today, we offer a partnership to bring healthy food closer to more people. With that, I'll pass it on to my fellow board member, Shauna.
Thank you, Caitlin. So for too long, our food bank has been far removed from the clients that we serve. So we have secured a new location at 1881 Broad Street. By moving our food distribution to the downtown, we will enhance accessibility for the average client by 108%. So to support this project, as you've heard from our partners already, we are requesting a modest investment of $200,000. We are proposing to lease city-owned lands at 11th Avenue in Osler for $1 per year. The estimated budget for our food hub is $3.2 million. By funding only 6.3% of this project, we believe that the community that we live in will rally around this city's investment. So thank you, and over to you, Dave.
So, well, first I'd like to thank City Administration for their support and guidance. They've been excellent to work with as always. So together, we will transform how Food Bank looks, feels, and operates forever. Our community food hub will operate more like a grocery store and a community center. It will be a vibrant and inclusive hub. It will become the first food bank in Canada, in fact, at scale, to provide food choice. The food will still be free, but our neighbors will have greater dignity, choices, and an experience not unlike when you walk into your favorite coffee shop or market. So our model will secure more locally grown food, see our agricultural sector invest materially into food security and materially into this initiative. Our site will be bright, open, and the exterior, ordained with public art and programming, will be a hub of safe activity. It is important that our donors, it is very important that our donors see the city investing materially. It does matter to them. What matters most, however, is the messages we'll send to our community. Together we can feed our neighbors and rejuvenate an underserviced corner of our downtown. John.
Thank you. This site really is an augmentation of what we're doing. And as we see the needs in our community grow, we're going to have to look for new ways of doing things in ways that provide dignity and safety for those involved. This is a direct tie to the community safety and well-being plan and touches on a number of the core components of the food insecurity section. We think it's a great opportunity to partner, but like all partnerships, it requires skin in the game on both sides. This $200,000 ask comes as part of a larger $3.2 million project, which includes $1 million of the Regina Food Bank Capital Reserve, $1.2 million of early stage investments from the city and corporations, and a $1 million public campaign. You've heard from a number of partners throughout the city. This is a fraction and a representation of those we serve. We've heard the numbers, we know what our supports, and we know what our reach is across the city. We think the time is now to make this investment, to make sure that we're creating a situation where no one in our city has to face food insecurity alone. The time to act is now. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much for your presentations. I'd like to ask committee members if they have any questions. We'll begin with Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. Ms. Morrow spoke passionately about decolonizing food distribution at the food bank. I wonder if you folks can elaborate on how you're doing that from your perspective, because that sounds awesome.
Yeah, so I think the first thing we're doing is reaching out to folks who understand with lived experience how that works, and we're using that to guide our approaches. So if it comes to things like making sure that we are sourcing things locally, naturally, and with an eye to choice in mind, we're making sure that our practices live up to the best practices of the day, and knowing that that's an ever-evolving target to make sure we're always getting better. But I think the big thing is our ties to connection. We're not going to speak to what decolonizing is. We're going to ask folks what it is and make sure we're enacting on their guidance.
Second question, my understanding is food banks, including yours, want to work yourselves out of a job. How close are we to not needing food banks in Regina?
Well, we're 40 years in. The need's never been higher, so we're not making much progress on that end. I think what we want to look at is sort of three distinct pillars that our food banks adopted. So the first one would be feed the line. Needs never been higher, and we want to make sure that folks facing acute food insecurity get the food they need today. We want to make sure we're working to shorten the line, so that's through empowerment programs, education, connection to resources, being system navigators. And then the third pillar is ending the line, and that's through advocacy. And most of our advocacy, as you've seen, that came through the change makers and otherwise, doesn't have a lot to do with food. It has to do with the other supports needed to move people out of food insecurity, and I think that's how we'll work to get there. But I think part of our goal is to have a sustainable site, because we know that the system as it is right now is not going to solve food insecurity in the near future, so we need to plan for the long term.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stadenchuk.
Thank you. Through the chair, kind of following, similar to Councillor LeBlanc's question, is there was a statement about food sovereignty, and so can you expand a little bit more in terms of how you understand that, and if it's more about the local sourcing or if it's other kinds of issues?
Well, I think there's a number of factors that tie into the idea of food sovereignty. One is sort of the locally sourced and making sure that people have access to it. I think part of it is just that choice model, because right now what we have, and we've worked really hard over the past couple of years to expand variety within our food hampers. We offer halal hampers, vegetarian hampers, along with sort of a standard piece. So making sure people have the choice. I think this new model will actually only enhance that, because not only will you have the choice of what you get, you'll have some choice in quantity. What we see is sometimes food goes to waste, and even amongst the folks that face food insecurity, if it's not of interest to you, you're not going to eat it. So being able to say, no, you know what, I don't need that, I think is an important part of it. And again, tying in a connection, some of the programming around connection to where food comes from is an important part of sovereignty as well. If everything comes wrapped in cellophane and is in tin cans, you lose that connection. Whereas the work, for example, the Comeback Society, we're connecting kids and adults to sort of the process of where food comes from, is an incredible enabler of that. And those are the types of programming that we look to, and that's how we sort of picture sovereignty within our organization.
Yeah, the story on the Comeback Society and the bison distribution was really interesting. Through the chair, I guess my only other question is, the building is owned by the provincial government, and is that already, I'm just following up on the news story that the contract has been signed. Is there any other in-kind contributions from the provincial government?
There's no in-kind contribution from the provincial government. What we did is negotiated a purchase price on that building. And yes, you're right, that's in progress. We still have some steps to go in our due diligence, including board approval, but we have the agreement signed in principle.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bresciani.
Very much, Deputy Mayor. Just in regards to the timing, so what does this look like? What's the game plan for potential opening?
Absolutely. So we're looking at board approval in January, at which time we will take possession of the building. we're hoping that from that point, it's sort of 12 to 18 months, depending on some things that are out of our control around construction. What's important to note is this won't be a tear down rebuild. We're looking to refurbish and reuse the site, so we're hoping that sort of early in 2024 to spring 2024 is when we plan to have it fully up and operational.
Okay, thank you. So we heard through others, also Mr. Fro talked about this is going to be first of its in Canada, also more of a store. Just elaborate what that looks like compared to what's there now.
Sure. Well, John mentioned for 40 years since our incorporation, this is in fact our 40th year of incorporations, people have largely been receiving food hampers in the same way, which is a prepackaged food. Today, if you walked in the Regina Food Bank, and it was the same yesterday, and it'll be the same tomorrow, we typically don't know what food we have in our facility. And as a business, if you think of us as a business, that's quite tricky. One of the things we're quite proud of, and I hope everyone in our community is proud of, is the partnerships that we have with the agricultural sector. So we source things like oats, things like lentil, canola oil. We are white labeling. We are making our own dehydrated soup. So we are taking food from Saskatchewan for Saskatchewan. And what you will see in this model when you walk in is not only a building that looks more like a market and a grocery store, you will see Saskatchewan food for Saskatchewan people. And frankly, at scale, the only way that we can pull that off is by having a reliable and secure supply of local food. AGT Foods provides our rice and pasta as another notable example. So when you walk in, Councillor, someone will be standing there with an iPad saying, welcome back, Lori, as an example. Today, in our fruit, this is what we have. Maybe you don't want bananas, but you do want the apples and oranges. This is meat from Saskatchewan. Here's our oil section and our pasta section, and we'll move people through in a dignified way. When you walk into the Regina Food Bank today, and I know many of you have been there to volunteer, we call it the hardest 20 steps, right? The idea of walking into that building is hard, right? People tend to walk with their head down, and this building is very intentionally, it will not be a Taj Mahal. We are a Regina Food Bank, and we're proud of how lean and efficient we are, but it will look and feel like a market. But the key principle being a large amount, in fact, our goal is 50% of all the food in there will come from Saskatchewan.
That's great, thank you. In regards to it indicated a sustainable site. Can you just elaborate through the build, like what do you mean sustainable? It will be continuing, just elaborate on that.
I think sustainable means a couple things. In the context of operations, this building is not creating a service in the community and then yanking it out because we don't have a plan to be there for as long as it needs to be there. In terms of how the build looks, obviously we'll want to make sure that as we do retrofit and as we do the work on it, that we're working in a way that's both cost effective but also environmentally friendly. I think we have shown a particularly strong knack for that, be it sourcing with local companies like Greenwave to monitor our electrical consumption, to custom make Intel, who I know the city is familiar with, to sort of create a circular economy where we're turning food waste into high-value soil within the next 6 to 8 months. So there's an environmental sustainability, but there's also the program sustainability, making sure that as a food bank, we don't want to get bigger, but we want to make sure we're meeting the needs of our community, and because of that, we need to grow. And if there ever comes a day, to Councillor LeBlanc's point, where the food bank's not needed, we'll be happy to divest of our assets and pat ourselves on the back for a job well done. But for the time being, we want to be there for as long as the residents of the city need us.
Okay, and just my last question, in regards to the drop-offs, if people want to drop off and donate food, would that still happen here? Because I know that it's not a great big, I mean, we own a business in that hotel adjacent to it, so it's not a huge lot.
Yeah.
And so how will that, be, I guess, drop off, or will that happen at the end?
So our Winnipeg Street location will remain fully operational. In fact, that'll be the logistics hub as we do some of the things around our immersion into schools, supplying product for this site. That site is not replaceable by this new expansion. This new expansion is program and food delivery. The logistics and all that stuff will stay at our existing Winnipeg Street location for the very reason you mentioned.
Sure.
Like it's not feasible to have the trucks and the volume in and out from that Broad Street location.
Okay, yeah, and this is my last question, Councillor, or Deputy Mayor. In regards to the actual site, and you've talked about doing engagement and youth and schools and all that is extra resources, I would assume, that's going to be needed. Do you have other resources to help with, or are you relying on volunteers or for other levels of funding for that, for extra resources and time to do a lot of these?
Yeah, so we're funding this just like any other sort of business case where we're gonna make sure there's dedicated resources to making sure that we can do the job. We're obviously early stage on sort of community consultation, but that'll be that stakeholder engagement will be an incredibly important part of next steps. And again, we are a very lean operation with a ton of, as you can see, very dedicated and competent volunteers to help out with that. But where we'll need to invest to make sure we have the resources we need, we will do that. We'll do that for sure.
Awesome. Thank you for the work and the presentation.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. You've made clear that your request is for $200,000. There's $100,000 recommended in the report, as well as in-kind support. You're very entrepreneurial. So what can or cannot you do if we just go ahead with what's recommended? So what does the $200,000 do for you?
Yeah, Councillor, I think there's two really important things. The first being, and I go back to when I had the privilege of working at Economic Development Regina, the business community looks to the gearing ratio, I believe, when there is broader community impact. And the gearing ratio of $200,000 for $3.2 million is significant, and it's best in class. And we are asked, and as someone that does fund development on a daily basis, the business community will look to the city investment, and I am confident, because I've seen it time and time again, that businesses will follow the lead. I also think it's important when we go for the public campaign, and we ask the city to rally around this opportunity, that we point to very credible partners. And of course, this council and city is a very credible partner. So there is that. And the other is what $100,000 means to a small organization like the Regina Food Bank. 87% of every dollar that goes to the Regina Food Bank goes directly into sourcing and distributing food. We're very proud to be a top 100 charity in Canada through Imagine Canada. We are amongst the most leanest and efficient nonprofits and charitable organizations in this country. $100,000 represents 300,000 meals. Today, we are addressing 30% of our community's need. We are feeding 12,000 people a month. There are many thousands more that need to be fed. This new site is about accessibility. It is also about feeding more people. That $100,000 represents 300,000 meals, and I think that's the most important number.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Nelson.
Thank you for presenting, and thank you all for coming for this. Question to you, Mr. Bailey. Is your golf game any better? Years ago, we talked about this very thing and how excited you were about this, and it's really nice to see that it's now come to us. My experience with people, and I'm actually working with a gentleman right now, he has 50 cans of tomato soup in his cupboard. He doesn't like tomato soup, but he gets tomato soup. I'm really happy to see that being addressed, because those 50 cans of tomato soup could have, and I'm taking them back, but those are the kind of ideas and things that we talked about. I'm trying to figure out how this hub is going to look, because we're excited about it, and like I said, we talked about this a long time ago. Within the hub, is there going to be other organizations or other things that you'll be doing in there? I know, I don't know if you remember, but I know we talked about maybe having a restaurant in there and people helping and stuff. Is that any ideas coming forward with that through the chair?
Yeah, I think there's a definite need for that, and I think that's part of our strength as an organization. One of the things that we're trying to work really hard on in sort of a post-pandemic world to bring that back, and I think that's a huge part of it. So, again, at the volume we're looking at and making sure people have the time to make the choice, it's going to be sort of during operations of food provision, there's going to be a fair bit of that footprint sort of occupied with that. However, there's lots of hours in the day when that's not going to be happening, and I think we'd point back to the sort of comeback society of sort of going like, we had a commercial kitchen that we use 40 hours a week.
Yeah.
Well, there's lots of hours when we can find time that works for other organizations to come in, and I think that's a really important part. If this is going to be a true hub, it can't just be about provision of food, it has to be about connecting with our community, and it's about making sure that we're all sort of doing our part. It doesn't do us any good to chase education programming when there's tons of great education programming in the city. So if we can offer our space as that's how we support that, I think that's really important, because we can't be all things to all people, but if we have a space and a theory of the case, which means we bring people together and sort of wrap services around them in one location, that's just a better way to do it, and that's what the goal of the space will be, to make it multifunctional, so that we can address that and hopefully keep it, the lights on and an active hub of activity as many hours a week as possible.
So just, have you had any interest from anyone to working with you guys in the building, so far anyways?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
We talk almost weekly with a different organization, trying to figure out, like, can we work through, so whether it be seasonal stuff like tax services, be it employment programming, be it some critical ID sort of signups and those types of things. Like, there's always opportunities, and the challenge we face right now is our current model is based very heavily on drive-through distribution and delivery, which means we're not getting a critical mass of folks into our site, because we want to make sure we're getting people fed in a barrier-free way. This sort of location where people will actually be able to be there and be in person, we can continue to sort of build on that and enhance and connect folks to the programming that will help support them. Again, getting back to the idea of just like, that's how we feel is the best way to shorten the line and sort of address some of those issues.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Findura.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Food Bank does a very good job seeking support. What's the importance of business community and the success and the longevity? You say you're not retiring soon. The importance of the business community of Food Bank having enough supplies to feed. You're talking about 12,000, and it's growing, and there's diverse community folks that come that you probably never seen before. What's happening? Can you just give me a little bit more about what that means to you when you see support from the community and you need more of that?
Well, it's certainly wind in our sails. I mean, to know that the individuals, to know the businesses, to know that other community agencies have our back and sort of appreciate our vision of what it can look like is hugely motivating for us. You're 100% right that we couldn't function without the support of our corporate community. And that extends beyond just the monetary donations. We support it in kind. Dave mentioned AGT, but we have Avena Foods, we have Viterra here locally, making sure that we have product that we can white label, and also sort of volunteering hours and time, because again, every dollar we can save on staffing is a dollar we can put into the provision of food. So the corporate community is hugely important to us, and again, to know that they have our back is really bolstering our work, because it's a little bit relentless these days. And so knowing people are there to support you is definitely sort of helping us get through in not just the tangible way, but the many intangibles as well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Your original location and your new location, how important is it for the community and organizations and the business knowing that where you are and that there supports you to feed the greater Reginans? How important is that for that new location to be important part of the community? Because you are a very important part of the community. What's the feeling about what you're telling folks out there, and what's the acceptance or?
Yeah, so I think the location is critical. As Shauna sort of mentioned, we had some folks do some research, and this sort of area of town creates 108% more accessibility. So with that accessibility, means it's going to be bring an influx of folks, or influx of people sort of can come. So I think that acceptance in community is incredibly important, because we want to be an enhancement to the community. We want to bring life to an area and a corner that's kind of vacant at the moment. I think when we do it right and we treat folks with dignity and respect, I think the vibrancy will come, and I think that'll sort of continue with acceptance. If we look at our direct neighbors, you heard from Path earlier. We obviously have an incredibly strong relationship with Carmichael, who'd be another neighbor of ours, as well as Salvation Army. So I think there's really good support from our immediate neighbors, and I think as we bring our vision to life, I think that acceptance will only grow, and part of it will be, like we mentioned before, that stakeholder engagement, so people know exactly what's going to be happening, what the vision is, and sort of how we see it rolling out, so that if people do have some apprehension about it coming in, that those are laid to rest by doing appropriate due diligence and outreach to the community and the neighborhood that surrounds the new location.
Great. Thank you very much for that, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. That concludes our questions. I'd like to thank the delegation for coming forward. You may return to your seats, and we'll now move forward with consideration of EX 22-126, Regina Food Bank, 1720 12th Avenue lease. Mr. Lacey, can I call on you to introduce the report?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. So as the Regina Food Bank delegation has noted here, they've been looking and searching for some time for a new property that would allow them to expand their services and bring those services closer to their clients. As part of that search, they have entered into a conditional purchase agreement for the building located at 1881 Broad Street, which folks might be more familiar with it being the former SLGA liquor store on Broad Street. And their ask of the city relates to the lands behind that property across from the back alley, which is city-owned property at 1720 12th Avenue. The request of the Regina Food Bank does align with the Community and Safety Wellbeing Plan priority of food security. The food bank ask of the city, there's 4 parts to the ask. The first ask is to lease that lot at $1 per year, so a nominal value. The recommendations before you in the report recommend providing that lease at $1 a year with the condition that the lot be paved. The second ask is for a one-time funding of $200,000. The recommendation before you is recommending the city paving that lot, and secondly, providing a one-time grant of $100,000 to the food bank. The third ask relates to a request to have property tax exemptions, both on the former building, former liquor store, as well as the land that we'd be leasing to them. And that request fits nicely with our community nonprofit tax exemption policy, which is before council here later on in the agenda. And through that agenda, we are recommending that those properties be eligible for tax exemptions under that policy. And then finally, they're looking to rezone that property to fit the use that they're intending to use it for, which would follow the city's regulatory process. And so the lease would be conditional upon that regulatory process being followed, coming to the Regina Planning Commission and then to council for rezoning. With that, we'd be happy to answer any questions council has.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lacey. Can I have a committee member move the report? Thank you very much, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Stevens, any questions or comments for the administration?
No, I think it's perfectly clear. I think the delegates have been quite exceptional in terms of aligning this project with our community well-being strategy and commitments. I'll put an amendment on the floor for consideration, and that is to grant the full $200,000 request. I understand part of it is an in-kind as well as an actual $100,000 commitment. So I'll add that we commit to the full $200,000 ask.
Thank you very much. The amendment is on the floor. We'll deal with the amendment first. Do I have any questions or comments concerning the amendment from committee members?
I guess I would just put to administration, I understand this would deplete a reserve by another $100,000. If you could talk about the implications, there'd be $30,000 left. Are there requests from the community to use that reserve for other purposes?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So I might refer that question to Ms. Bryden. I'll just make a couple of comments. I'm not aware of any requests, but I'll ask Ms. Bryden to confirm that. This is a little bit of a subjective decision as administration brought this recommendation forward. We're certainly cognizant of the need and of the request, and so the recommendation was really just trying to balance the various support the city is providing through tax exemptions through the grant, and as well just trying to balance finance city resources with various needs out there. But I don't believe there is any specific request outstanding at the current time. Ms. Bryden is confirming that.
Ms. Bryden?
Through you, I was going to say Madam Chair, Mr. Chair. At this time, I'm not aware of any requests outstanding. That's not to say that something doesn't come forward, and this will reduce the amount of the reserves significantly.
Thank you, that's all I had.
Thank you. Councillor Stevens, just for clarity, on your amendment, are you amending the 100,000 to become 200,000 in addition to, or together with, in addition to? Thank you very much. The Mayor.
Thank you. Through the chair, this is yet another walk-on motion which I would caution council to approve. Given there's some thought put into preserving reserve, the request as it's presented appears favorable with the food bank for $100,000 of paving, which the city will pay for, the tax exemption, as well as the $100,000 in cash. Depleting a reserve to administration. How does the reserve get funded?
To the administration.
So annually through the budget process, there is funding for community investment grants. And so any of those funds that are unused during that particular fiscal year, the unused balance moves into the reserve. So really it's funded through any unused balance in that budget annually. And so if it's all used up, the reserve isn't replenished and is only replenished if there's a surplus in any given year.
So in this particular given year, is there, there is a proposal for a community safety program which is currently unfunded going into 2023. If there's a carry forward of reserve of, say, 130,000, that would then in reserve be available for a community safety program.
Yeah. So through you, Deputy Mayor, I think that was part of, well, that was administration's thinking, is to preserve some flexibility, knowing there are many needs out there that need to be met, and likely future requests coming in for city support to meet those needs.
Thank you.
And so it was trying to preserve some flexibility in the reserve.
Thank you. Again, I would just caution council from approving more walk-on amendments when it comes to budgetary items, as administration is clearly looking to balance needs across the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Stadenchuk.
Thank you through the Deputy Mayor. I want to understand the value of the in-kind contribution of paving. Is that the equivalent of $100,000, or the fact that we own our own asphalt plant and can provide asphalt at a cheaper cost?
Yeah.
In the private sector, is it
No,
a full $100,000 equivalent cost?
So through you, Deputy Mayor, so this is our estimate of what the cost could be up to with respect to our experience in paving operations. And so we believe that would be the top end of the cost, depending on how much a leveling would need to be done and whether there would be any soil that would need to be removed to level it. So we believe that is a top end estimate, and we can accomplish it within that estimate. Actual costs could be lower depending on the amount of work that needs to be done.
And through the chair, if we did not provide that in kind, would it be more expensive for the food bank to arrange to get the parking lot in the condition that is required by the city?
So through you, Deputy Mayor, that would be a condition of the lease, and so whatever that cost is would then have to be borne by the food bank if the city didn't do it itself.
Okay. I think that's all I have for now. I am somewhat supportive, but I do want to hear from other councillors on this, and so I will listen to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stadenchuk. Councillor Bresciani.
To administration, have we given previously dollars to the food bank through you, Deputy Mayor? I heard that from the delegation. Do we know what that is?
So through you, Deputy Mayor, I know on the property tax side, with respect to exemptions, their current location would fall under our community nonprofit tax exemption policy, and so they're currently receiving a tax exemption on that current location. With respect to grants through the Community Investment Program, I might ask Ms. Deredish if she could comment.
Ms. Derdich.
Sorry, I just have to look through my papers here for a second. I know I have it.
No, that's okay.
Through the chair, currently the food bank, I believe, receives $30,000 through the grant program annually for their core programming, through the grant program.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Ms. Derdich. I can't support this amendment, and I think administration has come forward with what we see we can afford. I don't want to deplete any reserve. I would like to see the balance of this go, if there is the extra, which would go into the community safety, just as that little buffer there. Because we also know there's many other organizations that are also in need, and we don't know with the whole community wellness where that's going to be. So I absolutely cannot support this. I think what's administration, and we heard from the delegations, they are happy and very appreciative of this amount, and we also appreciate all the work that they're doing. And I think we, after it's going, we take a look and see how things roll out. But adding extra right now to deplete a reserve, I am not in favor of.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor LeBlanc.
When was this reserve last pulled upon, or when was money last withdrawn from this reserve through the chair?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I don't have that information with me here today, but I'll ask Ms. Deredish if she has that with her.
Through the chair, my records that I have with me show the last time that the reserve was pulled upon was for the support worker program in just earlier this year. And that was at a cost of $200,000.
Thank you. I've understood there to be a suggestion that if we leave the $130,000 in here, that might get pulled upon or reallocated to the community support program or the community wellness plan in 2023. My question for administration is, if we go with the recommended option, is there an intention that we deplete this reserve and spend it in 2023 on community initiatives, or that the reserve remain available at 130 and we spend it as we will at some undetermined future date?
Mr. Lacey?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I guess I would come back to the community safety and well-being plan, and the table that came up with that plan has identified many needs within our community. And I think as those discussions continue through and into next year, that there is very likely to be many other needs that will be identified that city support will be directed to. So I can't definitively say the reserve will be depleted, but I think that will be one of the first places, obviously, available for council and for the city to look to address some of those other priorities.
Thank you. Am I right in saying the proposed 2023 budget for CSIR, Community Social Impact Regina, is already set at $1.7 million on the assumption that this $130,000 would not be going toward that?
So through you, Deputy Mayor, so I guess first off I would say that item needs to be discussed and approved and debated by council on December 14th. And so I think that needs to be kept in mind. And in part, those funds will go to that organization. And, you know, I think part of the discussion the organization will have is how can those funds be best used to meet community priorities. But I do come back to, again, that reserve does allow, you know, that additional funding to be available.
Anything further, Councillor Ball?
Did the food bank ask us to pave their parking lot, or was that something we came up with?
So through you, Deputy Mayor, just given the nature of the lot and some of the issues associated with it, that is a city requirement that I believe is an appropriate requirement to address those issues, ensure there's no issues moving forward. And so yes, it is a city requirement, but it's required to occur.
Okay.
Anything further?
No.
Thank you very much. Any further questions or comments from the committee? Councillor Stevens?
Debate's been helpful. Just a point of clarification, this isn't a walk-on motion, it's actually option 1 or a component of option 1, and the report actually addresses the implications. So I appreciate that there are other needs, and that's been clarified in the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anything further? If there are no further questions or comments from the administration, I would like to record my opposition to the amendment as well, for two reasons. First, the observations of the mayor are correct, that there's danger in doing walk-on budgeting in this manner. I feel that there are other needs that this reserve will be called upon to meet, and I think we should consider this holistically as part of the budget process. Secondly, I agree with Councillor Bresciani. We had very articulate delegations today, exceptionally articulate. They were very clear about what their needs were. None of those delegations raised any concern about the structure of the grants that are being proposed by the administration. So for those two reasons, I have to oppose the amendment. If there's nothing further, I'll ask the clerk to call the question. Oh, we need Amber? The clerk needs a voice. Mike? On the amendment, Mr. Clerk?
I think we're still waiting. They're waiting for you to vote.
What do I have to do?
You have to vote.
Oh, thank you.
Deputy Mayor, with respect to the amendment, it is defeated. There are 3 members voting in favor, that being Councillor Stevens, Stadnichuk, and LeBlanc. Those voting against are Councillors Nelson, Bresciani, Mancinelli, Findura, Mayor Masters, and yourself, and Councillors Mole and Zakidniak are away from today's meeting.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. On the main motion, Councillor Stevens, do you have anything to add? Anything further, any further comments from the committee? Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much. I want to say thank you to administration for working with the food bank to make this happen. I think it's going to absolutely have a place downtown where it's more accessible, which we've heard, but also I think brings a bit of a warmth to our downtown, which I think, you know, when people want to access food, it was very, very hard to get out there on Winnipeg Street, very, very difficult. And I always think of, you know, a mom with her children trying to balance on the bus and get out there and then balance groceries coming back. So I think, again, to everyone, the community, as well as our city, I think this is a great partnership moving forward. And I think that, you know, as we heard, there's one thing that I think does come out of this, is it gives people, when they go there, you know, some sense that this should not be embarrassing. This is how it is at this time. And there's a time when everyone needs a little bit of help. And I think, again, that is a wonderful piece and a part for our community to come together and do something like this. And proud that it's going to be the first in Canada. And I would just one comment that I want to make sure we're not duplicating this service. I know Carmichael and others also serve meals, that it's looked at, you know, we look at the areas and see what else is out there, but again, to ensure that what we're doing here is also going to help those in need without kind of the duplication of services of things that are already there. So thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Brasciani. Councillor Nelson.
Thank you. I just wanted to add my 2 cents here. I'm very proud to see this project come to light, since we talked about it for so many years. The dignity and this that it's going to give people. There's so many people out there that need this help, and we just pretend that it's not us. Well, it has been us, and it has been my next door neighbor, and it has been me, and it has been the other person. And the stigma that comes with that. I'm hoping with it being downtown, it's going to raise awareness to the people that are downtown, that it's everyday people that need these services. And I'm so happy to see that we can go in there and we can shop for what we want and not be given what you guys think or what people think we want. So yeah, very proud of that. First in Canada, super proud of that. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. Any further questions or comments from the committee? I would just like to add my thanks to those working at the food bank and to those volunteering for the food bank and to those in the city contributing to the food bank. You do wonderful work feeding the hungry in our city, and I salute you and thank you for that. There's nothing further, Mr. Clerk. Could I ask you please to call the vote in the main motion?
Deputy Mayor, the main motion passes unanimously by a vote of 9-0, with all members present voting in favor.
Thank you, Clerk. We'll now move on to consider EX 22-127. I'd like to call upon Delegation Chief Cadmus Delorme, who I believe will be joining us by teams.
Oh, sorry, I'm going to talk to you.
Chief, you know the drill here. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you represent, and where you reside.
Deputy Mayor, the main motion passes unanimously by a vote of 9-0, with all members present voting in favor. Good morning.
Clerk, we'll now move on to consider EX 22-127. Deal with a technical problem here. Chief Cadmus Delorme, I believe will be joining us by teams.
Oh, sorry, I'm going to talk to you. Good morning.
Thank
Good
you.
morning, Executive.
Here, please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you represent, and where you reside. Can we just pause for a moment, please? Is it in my head or is it on the machine?
So, good morning.
Good morning, Chief Delorme. Would you please introduce yourself and your fellow member of the delegation and proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Executive. Sorry about that. I had you watching on YouTube on another channel and I couldn't turn it off. I didn't want to have two going at the same time. Chief Cadmus Delorme, Cowes First Nation. We have a municipal service agreement relationship with the City of Regina. We've had one for many years. We look forward to progressing our number 92, Truth and Reconciliation. So good morning, everybody.
Thank you very much. Any questions from committee members of Chief Delorme? Seeing none? Anything you wish to add, Chief Delorme?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to state again, Cowes First Nation and the City of Regina have an amazing relationship. Anybody that drives by on 7th Avenue on Albert Street, you see a Tim Hortons there right now. And with this great relationship and stronger municipal service agreement, you're going to see amazing infrastructures there in health to help North Central, to help the First Nations people, the City of Regina, and everything Cowes does is for the benefit of the city. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you to you and your fellow delegation member, who was remarkably articulate. You may return to watch the proceedings, and I'd ask committee members for someone to move the motion. Thank you very much, Councilor Bresciani. You have the floor for questions and comments.
Thank you very much. So to city administration, I understand that I did ask staff a couple questions in regards to, is this, this is common in which we do if there is an alley that is surrounded with the landowner, that this is very common that we would do this through the chair?
Thank you very much. I'd ask the administration if they could address Councilor Bresciani's questions and any other comments you'd like to make on this matter. So.
Thank you. Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. So I would say this situation is unique. With respect to Cowes' request before City Council, administration is recommending that the land be sold, or the alley be sold for $1, and then with some terms and conditions that are outlined in the report. In arriving at that recommendation, administration considered a number of things that I think are unique to this piece of property. Cowes, just for information, owns that entire city block except for that lane. And so that's the land between Albert Street and Angus Street, between 6th Avenue and 7th Avenue. So they own that entire block. And so the lane is city land. And so in considering this, first off, I would note that the lane is completely surrounded by Cowes' owned land. And so there's no other adjacent landowner that would have an interest in that property. And secondly, just given the nature of it, even if there was interest, it would be very difficult to develop by someone else. Secondly, and this is the different and unique part about this transaction, is that this land will become part of an urban reserve. And so it will become part of the lands of a First Nation within the City of Regina, which is different than perhaps maybe a transaction with a private sector non-Indigenous or non-band entity, where potentially you could sell that, you could transfer that land to the entity. That would become part of a broader block of land that entity might, for example, sell at a future point in time. And so instead of having, I'm just pulling numbers out of the air, 100,000 square feet, by adding that alley, you have 120,000 square feet to sell that would have a value attached to it. This is a different situation in that it will become urban reserve, and so there's not that future sale of land contemplated. And so I think that's like one of the key differences here, in that if this was a private entity, we would look at selling it at fair market value, knowing that it adds a broader value that could in turn in the future be turned into increased profit. That's not the case here. And then finally, I think we have to think about truth and reconciliation and the calls of action associated with this. And I think this is an opportunity for the city to, have economic reconciliation, which is really kind of a form of reconciliation in action. And not only would this allow Cowes to participate, more broadly in our economy with respect to some of the activity they have planned there, but I think the community more broadly also benefits with Cowessness's participation in some of the economic, but as well as social healthcare activity they plan for this site as well. I think there's a broader benefit to our community. And so as a result, because of those reasons, we're recommending the sale at a nominal value of $1.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lacy. Councilor Bresciani, anything further?
No, I think that makes it very, very clear. Last question is, we have other nations that do own land within the city. And so this, though, as you've indicated, is a very unique situation where, and I guess that's what I meant, was they own the land all around this parcel. So in that's kind of why this was for $1. Is that accurate? That was the piece of it too.
So through you, Deputy Mayor, that's correct. I think, you know, in cases like this, each individual case has to be looked at with respect to the particulars of that transaction. So, but I do think this stands out as being a unique transaction.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you very much, Councilor Bresciani. The Mayor.
Thank you very much. Through you, Deputy Mayor. Mr. Lacy, just to clarify something, by divesting of this lane to provide it to Cowessess, they require the lane land in order to fulfill their development plans. Is that correct?
So through you, Deputy Mayor, my understanding this makes the development much more seamless and so it would add a lot of complication if we did not sell the lane to them. And what this does is this allows a more seamless development to occur.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Stevens.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, supportive of the recommendation. It makes sense. The land transaction is far less interesting than the discussion item here, which is Urban Indigenous Health Center. If it would be appropriate, perhaps Chief Cadmus could talk about the long-term plan. This fits into something much more exciting and important. Can you perhaps speak to that?
Just a moment, Councilor Stevens. Chief Cadmus Delorme, you're on the line, I understand. Can you address the question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Councillor. So Cowessness purchased Sunshine Gas Station, and I'm going to call it the bumper store. I know it has a proper name, to acquire the entire block. Cowessness First Nation is at the final stages of an urban Indigenous health center, and it is going to be named something different. We just call it that to simplify it. It's going to be open to every person. It is not just for Indigenous people. Think of it like First Nations University of Canada. When you walk into that beautiful institution in our city, it is higher learning, but it is higher learning from an Indigenous worldview perspective. This urban Indigenous health center will have primary care, secondary care. We're finalizing partnerships with Saskatchewan Health Authority, with the File Hill, so that some of the Indigenous medicines could be there. So it's going to be access to all, but just picture a 4-story building there that will be Indigenous worldview.
That sounds wonderful.
Thank you
so
Chief.
much.
Any further, Councilor Stevens?
That's all I have.
Thank you very much. Any further questions, comments from Councilor Stanichuk? Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, just to understand why the lane wasn't part of the original land sale, is it just we never do that? Did we just sell the land parcels? So I just kind of want to understand some of the history of why this lane is now being considered and hadn't previously.
So through you, Deputy Mayor, the other parcels that were purchased by the First Nation were privately owned. So they bought them from private landowners, and the only city land owned on that block is that alley.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no further questions or comments from the committee, I'd ask the clerk to call the vote in the main motion.
Deputy Mayor, the motion passes 9-0 with all members present voting in favor.
Thank you very much, Clerk. It's 10:30. We have our mandatory 15-minute break at this point. We'll resume again at 10:45. Thank you. We'll deal with EX 22-128, Regina Civic Employees Long-Term Disability Plan Review. I have a delegation. Could I call Jackie Christensen and Darren Waldeck to come forward, please? Thank you very much. I understand Mr. Waldeck is attending virtually. Ms. Christensen, could I ask you to introduce yourself and your delegation, the organization you're representing, and where you live? You have 5 minutes to make a presentation, following which there may be questions from the committee.
Okay, thank you.
Please go ahead.
This is automatically turned on, correct? Correct. Excellent, thank you. It's my first time here, so. My name is Jackie Christensen. I am the chairperson of the Regina Civic Pension and Benefits Committee. I live in beautiful Regina, Saskatchewan.
Thank you.
And I'm here today in support of the report that was written by the city administration regarding the long-term disability plan. I should excuse myself. Darren should introduce himself next, right? Correct?
Or you can introduce Derek if you like.
Okay. Darren, you want to introduce yourself?
Thank you, Jackie. My name is Darren Waldock. I am from the City of Toronto. I am counsel for the committee.
Thank you very much. You may proceed.
And that's, sorry, the Regina Civic Pensions and Benefits Committee.
Great. Thanks, Darren. Forgot my manners there for a minute. Getting right into this, the Regina Civic LTD plan represents, I'm sure, well over 6,000 plan members. Our governance structure is still tied to the city bylaw, and there was some changes in the Income Tax Act several years ago. We've just gotten to the point now where we are in agreement on nobody wants to pay any needless taxes. If we don't make 3 what I consider small or minor bylaw changes to the LTD plan, we are going to be put in a position where the plan will have to pay $1 million, probably more than $1 million a year in needless taxes. So I see this as a win-win for everybody. We will continue into the 2023 year to work on the governance issues that we consider are still outstanding. We would like to have the governance mirror what we have for the Regina Civic Pension Plan right now, which the pension plan is outside of a bylaw, outside of the city bylaw. And so we just have a different governance structure. So that's the work we want to continue in 2023. And we are committed to doing that. And we're just here to say we support the report that was written. Do you have anything else to add, Darren?
Not really. I think just to summarize what Jackie said, and she did a very good job. This results from a change in the Income Tax Act, eliminating effectively the administrative authority that the Canada Revenue Agency had to deal with health and welfare trusts. That was the type of trust that effectively took care of these types of plans, and it was set up pursuant to administrative practice of CRA as opposed to hardwired into the legislation. The government changed that in about 2018 and came up with a creature called the Employee Life and Health Trust, which is very, very similar, but it is actually a creature of the legislation. As part of that change, a period of time was given for plans to convert, and to convert without prejudice to themselves and without consequence to themselves. And there were a number of guidelines given by CRA and Ministry of Finance as to how that would be done. What we have here before you today, and certainly what the Executive Committee has recommended, are the absolute bare minimum changes that are necessary to get us past the December 31st threshold in order to avoid taxes. If those taxes are paid, they're paid by the trust, by the fund, and that just depletes the fund of available resources that would be available to pay LTD benefits for members and alternative, and the knock-on effect of that, of course, will be down the road additional funding requirements for members. The tax hit would not be a 1 year only, but it would be an ongoing situation. So it's very important that we, continue to be in a tax-preferred vehicle to provide these benefits. It is a smart thing to do. And again, both council for myself, council for the committee, as well as council for the sponsors have looked at this very closely. And I think these are in agreement that these are the minimum changes that are necessary. At this point in time, it gets us past the December 31st threshold. And then we have committed both sides to working next year to form a more robust governance structure in line with the pension structure in order to deal with anything going forward.
Thank you very much, Mr. Waldeck. Are there any questions from committee members for the delegation? Seeing none, I thank you both for coming forward. You may return to your places.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have Mr. Lohenberger online, in person representing Mobius Benefit Administrator, so Mobius. He's here to answer any questions. Are there any questions for Mr. Lohenberger? Seeing none, I thank very much for coming forward. I now call upon Mr. Wary to make any comments on behalf of the administration.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. As you've heard from the delegation, this is a technical change that's being recommended to the long-term disability bylaw. The background is contained in the report. It's a multi-employer plan that includes City of Regina employees, some Sask Health Authority employees, Regina Public Library, non-teaching staff of the Regina Public School Board, Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Plant, and Mobius benefit administrators. We have been working to finalize governance changes as we had previously advised you. Those are still in the works, but this technical amendment is necessary to ensure ongoing compliance with the Income Tax Act. So the report outlines all of this and the requirements that need to be in place in order for council to pass the bylaw. The changes that are recommended are an appendix to the report. They're one page. They're short and succinct, and so we are recommending these changes. This is time sensitive. We need to have it in place by the end of this year. And as Ms. Christensen and Mr. Waldock indicated, we are working to complete this project and bring forward the governance changes to bring this plan in line with the governance of the civic pension plan in 2023.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wary. Can I have a member of committee move the report? Thank you very much, Councillor Stadnichuk. Councillor Stadnichuk, you have the floor for any questions or comments.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair. The technical, the amendments that are before us are technical and can be done quickly by the end of this year if we approve it. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Deputy Mayor. The requirements that need to be in place in order for council to pass the bylaw have occurred. We have received written consent from the Pension and Benefits Committee. We've received an actuarial report from the plan actuary Aon, and we have written consents from all of the participating employers with the exception of one, but we anticipate we will receive that prior to the bylaw coming forward should the committee approve this today, hopefully by the December 7th meeting of City Council. So we're ready to go. All of the preconditions are in place.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wary. Anything further?
I'm sorry, could you repeat who you have to still hear from? I didn't catch that through the chair.
We're still waiting to get approval from the Regina Public Library Board, and I understand that they are going to be potentially scheduling a special meeting to provide that written consent once the board approves it.
Okay, thank you. And through the chair, just in terms of the additional governance structure amendments that are going to be negotiated throughout the year, does that have to be approved by council as well, because it would be amendments to the bylaw?
Correct. As we did with the civic pension, This governance structure that we currently have for the long-term disability plan is what is similar to what we used to have for the pension plan. So part of the changes that would be implemented would be to create a true multi-employer contractual arrangement, and then there would be a repeal of the of this long-term disability bylaw as part of that. So it would then become a true multi-employer plan, and council wouldn't have any role in approving changes to the plan. It would all be outside of the authority of City Council, be done administratively.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stanachek. Any other questions or comments from members of the committee? Anything to close, Councillor Stanachek? Thank you very much. Clerk, could you please call the vote?
Deputy Mayor, the motion passes unanimously in a vote of 10-0 as Councillor Zakitniak has joined the meeting.
Thank you very much, Clerk. I'd like to move on to EX 22-129, Community Nonprofit Tax Exemptions 2023. We have a number of delegations. I'd like to call on Mr. John Hampton to come forward, please. Mr. Hampton, thank you for coming forward. Could you please state your name for the record, the organization that you represent, where you live? You have 5 minutes to address the committee, following which there may be questions.
Yes, I'm John Hampton. I'm representing the Mackenzie Art Gallery. I live here in Regina, Saskatchewan, Ward 1. So thank you for hearing my delegation in regards to the tax exemption policy. I'm here to speak in favor of option 2 in the package. So the Mackenzie's has a longstanding community partnership with the City of Regina to help enact the culture plan and to work as partners for the growth of the city. I think that this is it's relatively recent policy, and the intention of this tax exemption policy was to provide some standards and also just predictability and reliability and about how tax exemptions were handled. The Mackenzie Art Gallery, as a standard of museums across Canada, has been exempted from municipal taxes, and until the creation of this policy, that was done not through a formal process. So this was meant to formalize that process, and first came into effect in 2019, so the intention was to provide that formalization, but then the effect has been that I enjoy seeing you all, but then I end up now seeing this becomes an annual appointment now, and that's so it is an increase in administration of the policy as an annual endeavor, and also that each year it's reviewed as a potential new source of revenue. And so this year we received a letter that there'd be 20,000 in new taxes implemented to the Mackenzie annually, which after the last appearance, I believe the intention was that there wouldn't be those implementations or changes until a review was done of the policy, which hasn't occurred yet. We did have a consultation to look at particularly if there was a reduction in tax exemptions, if there wasn't enough in the current policy and cap, because the administration is working within the confines of the policy and the cap that's been presented to them. If there wasn't enough in there, would the nonprofit sector prefer that some organizations received zero exemption while others continue to receive 100%, or would the sector prefer that we take a reduction to our exemption to make it possible for the growth of other organizations? So I very much enjoyed the presentation by the Regina Food Bank today. They are expanding. The cap is set up in a way that does not anticipate any growth within nonprofits within our city. So I think that it's, as structured, doesn't take into account that, we're building, the city of Regina has momentum that we're building, and the nonprofit sector is growing as well. It doesn't take into account the potential for growth of our services within the city. So that's, I guess, summarizes the rationale, I think, for that option 2 to allow for that potential growth as organizations expand, and new ones like the Comeback Society, which we had saw the wonderful work they're doing in a partnership with the most recent exhibition at the Mackenzie in building that sense of belonging for Indigenous youth. So I'll open up for any questions through the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hampton. Any questions or comments? Councillor Stanichuk.
Mr. Chair, through the chair, just to clarify, when you say option 2, do you mean the option 1 that is on page 3, which is to approve the property tax exemptions in Appendix D at 100%? Is that
the, oh.
Okay.
Mr. Hampton, I might interject and just ask the administration a specific question. Can you clarify that the delegation is referring to the administration's recommended option here?
So, through you, Deputy Mayor, I believe when the delegate refers to option 2, he's referring to what we call option 1 in the report, which is not the recommendation. It's actually the option that provides council the ability to provide 100% exemptions to all properties. I believe that's what you're referring to.
Yes, sorry.
So it's option one in our report.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Hampton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you, I know that you haven't been executive director of the Mackenzie Art Gallery for decades, but do you know how long, I think you mentioned in your presentation that the Mackenzie has always had an exemption. Can you mention, has it always been from its inception, or is this something more recent?
As long as the Mackenzie's been an independent entity, which is 1990. So before that, the Mackenzie operated within the University of Regina, before that University of Saskatchewan Regina campus. So I'm not familiar with how that operated then, but since we've moved to the TC Douglas building.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, you mentioned as well that you received a letter that there'd be $20,000 in new taxes. That's in property taxes altogether. Is that that would be the tax bill if this policy this report is approved?
Yes, with the implication that there would be that would be increasing each year, not just through through changes to mill rates, but because as the nonprofit sector grows, then there'd be an expectation that every nonprofit would pay an increasing tax bill each year because of the cap, if it wasn't adjusted.
Okay. And what would the impact of the $20,000 tax bill be on your organization, through the chair?
Yeah, well, it's a direct cut to programs is where that would come. So that would have to look at the budget of which programs we would end up cutting as a result of that. $20,000 worth of those services or options available to the public, and And so it would see a annual decrease in capacity through that.
Okay, thank you so much for coming, John.
Thank you, Councilor Stadchuk. Any other comments or questions from committee members? Thank you, Mr. Hampton, for coming forward. Appreciate receiving your information. You may return to the gallery.
Thank you.
Next delegation is Ms. Baumgartner. Could you please come forward? Ms. Baumgartner, could you please state your name for the record, the organization you represent, and where you live? You have 5 minutes to make your presentation. There may be questions from committee.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor and councillors, for the opportunity to present to you today. My name is Sandy Baumgartner, and I'm the CEO of the Saskatchewan Science Centre, and I'm honored to reside in Regina, Saskatchewan, and in fact in Ward 1. So I do want to thank you for this opportunity. Much like John said, this is my once a year opportunity to come and discuss this topic with you, but it's also an opportunity I'm hoping to share with you some of the impacts and the return on your investment that you make in the Saskatchewan Science Centre. Clearly by my presence and that of my colleagues from the other cultural attractions in the city, we don't take this tax exemption lightly, and we don't take it for granted, and I think that this is an opportunity for us to share with you what we do contribute in the community. So first off, the Saskatchewan Science Centre is a community partner. We receive funding through the Community Partners Program of $175,000 a year. That amounts to about 5.5% of our operating budget. Much like what you heard from the food bank earlier, that is leverage for us. It might seem like a small amount, but in terms of the leverage that investment that you make in the Saskatchewan Science Centre, it helps us go out to other levels of government, to the province and the federal government, as well as sponsors and other partners. So it does serve as an important leverage for us to secure funding for other things. Our funding, about 70% of our operations is earned revenue, so that is through ticket sales, programming fees, sponsorship, donations, what have you. So we are very entrepreneurial in our approach, and I think that you're getting a tremendous return on your investment that you make in the Science Centre, including the tax exemption. Just a couple of examples I'd like to share with you today. We're a tourism asset. We get visitors from across North America, frankly. We, in the summer as an example, probably half of our visitors are from outside of Regina and outside of the province. So contrary to what some people believe, people do come to Regina in the summer and they spend time and they invest. We also, in our community, I know that this council has a lot of interest in tourism. 50% of visitors that come to Regina are friends and family visitors. So those are people that are coming, they might stay at a hotel, they might stay with friends or family, they might go to another cultural event, they might go to Folk Fest, they might go to a Rider game, but they're spending money in the community, they're coming to the Science Centre, they're going to the Mackenzie, they're going to the RCMP Heritage Centre. So they're actually spending dollars in our community. One of the things that I hope to do over the next number of years is working with community partners is to quantify that investment and that return on your investment. I don't have that number. I know some of you might want to ask me, what is that return? I don't have those numbers. I just know that 50% of our visitors to this city are coming here for friends and family visitors or passing through, and they do visit our attractions and they spend money in the community. We also provide a tremendous contribution to education, science literacy. We've all spent the last 2.5 years going through a tremendous example of the importance and the need for science literacy in our community. Understanding science and how it works was very clear through the pandemic is something that we need to work on, and that's something that the Science Centre does. And we provide opportunities for students, not just kids coming with their parents or grandparents on a rainy day, but for school students to come to the city and visit exhibits that we have. Most recently, this past summer, we hosted an exhibit called Indigenous Ingenuity. I think some of you came to see that exhibition. We were able to provide that opportunity for kids in our community and surrounding communities. So for example, we did a takeover day with 13 First Nations schools. One of them actually was Cowessess First Nations. You heard from Chief Delorme earlier. That little one probably didn't come to that particular visit, but they'll be on the list for the next visit to the Science Center. But those kids had the entire Science Center to themselves. We did programming with them, they visited the exhibit, and then they saw an IMAX film, and we fed them on top of that. And that was all at our expense, working with some community partners and sponsors. So we do provide those values in ways that perhaps are not as evident on a daily basis. We also contribute through business attraction. We all know that we want to grow Regina. We want more businesses to come into our community. Businesses don't move to communities unless there is things for their children to do. When you're trying to get an egg business coming to the province and coming to our community, first thing that they're going to say is, if I move my business here, I want to know what my family can, my employees' families can do when we move there. Science centers, museums, art galleries are all part of that cultural fabric of our community. We're also a community partner. Today, our staff are at Agribition teaching kids about watersheds, climate change, and climate action. So all of those kids that go through to look at Agribition and participate in those days' events are also going to have a Science Center experience. And that's something that we do as a community partner. We go to Frost, we go out to other community events, Canada Day, that sort of thing. That's a really high level about some of the things that we add value to this community. I too am here to recommend option one, as John pointed out, of increasing that cap. It's $63,000 to increase the cap so that all the organizations that are very worthy and are contributing in our community can have 100% tax exemption. Councillor Stadnick, I know that you're going to ask me how long we've been privileged to have the tax exemption for the entire entity of our existence, which is just over 30 years. In 2024, we'll be celebrating our 35th anniversary, and I think that I hope all of you will be able to participate in what celebrations we are able to bring to the community at that time. So I'll pause there, and I'll take any questions. Thank you very much for your time.
Ms. Baumgartner, very helpful. Committee members, any questions for Ms. Baumgartner? Councillor Nelson.
Just a quick question. Thank you for your presentation, Sandy, and thank you for the work you did. When I was in Moose Jaw, we came here all the time with the kids and all that. I'm just curious to know, you said 52% of visitors are from out of town. Was that correct?
Yeah. That's some data that we received a few years ago through Tourism Regina. So it was through data that they had gathered. There's about, that are friends and family visitors, yeah, so of the tourists that come to Regina. So not all visitors, like not 50% of, let me say that again. Of all tourists that come to Regina, however you define tourists, 51% of those are coming to visit friends and family.
So it's not the Science Center that came up with that number, it was tourism?
Yeah.
Okay, because I was just curious to find out how they came up with that number, because when I come there, I don't give my address to where I'm from.
Yeah, some do. We collected a lot of postal codes ourselves. So data that's gathered by Tourism Regina and Tourism Saskatchewan has come up with that.
Okay, yeah, thanks, that's all I want to know, thanks.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments from committee members? Seeing none, Ms. Baumgartner, very, very informative. Thank you very much for coming forward. You may return to the gallery. Mr. Khan, you may come forward. Faisal Khan. It doesn't appear to be present. We'll move on then to call on Tara Robinson. Can you please come forward? Ms. Robinson, can you state your name for the record, please, the organization you represent, the community in which you live? You have 5 minutes, and there may be questions afterward.
Thank you, sir. My name is Tara Robinson, and I am the CEO of the RCMP Heritage Center, and I have the honor to live here in the city of Regina. The RCMP Heritage Center is so very appreciative of the exemption that we have received from the city of Regina since 2007. It has enabled us to keep our doors open, create jobs, and deliver programs and services which align with the strategic priorities and objectives of the city. We value this important relationship very much. We are concerned about the change in the tax exemption program because it will have a significant impact on our organization. I'd like to explain just a few challenges and then some of the successes and changes that you're going to be seeing at the RCMP Heritage Center. We have not fully recovered from the pandemic. There has been the addition of the PST, and we are dealing still with the impact of a challenging economy. We have, as a result, reduced spending. We have deferred building costs, and this significant new expense will impact our operations. In addition, the RCMP Depot Training Academy has not yet fully opened to the public, which has resulted in the cancellation of public tours, which we benefit from, which means fewer admissions and lower retail revenue. And we are always eager to host the families of graduating cadets from Depot. They come from all over the country. However, for different reasons, family and friends attending the graduations are down significantly, which impacts our bottom line. Now, as challenging as this has been, we are driving efforts to ensure we contribute value to this city, to our residents and businesses through tourism activity. So far in 2022, we have hosted visitors from every province and 2 territories. We have welcomed visitors from nearly 30 countries. And it's a slower time right now, so we have adapted and we have delivered educational programming to thousands of students, some of whom travel great distances to Regina to attend our center, and I'm sure collaborate with our friends in the other cultural institutions here. While we are operating very lean, we have an opportunity to move forward with a bold new vision, while advancing plans to become a national museum. With funding from Canadian Heritage, we just finished a Canada-wide national engagement to find out from Canadians if they want a national RCMP museum and what they would like to see in it. And the response was overwhelmingly positive, with Canadians voting to support the idea of a national museum here in Regina that honors the contributions of the RCMP while telling even the most difficult of stories with dignity and compassion. Respected leaders are lending their voices of support, including former Assembly of First Nations Chief Phil Fontaine and Senator Murray Sinclair, who authored the Truth and Reconciliation Commission report. And that is because we have a vision to take the RCMP Center to where it's never been, to a place of celebration and discovery and a place of reflection and reconciliation. We are working to prove that we are worthy of national status. We are working and taking different approaches. We're working with partners to hold events and offer programs that have been never experienced at the center before. So far this year, we've hosted, offered, and collaborated on more than 30 cultural, Indigenous-led education, training, and/or sacred teachings with partners, often welcoming and bringing together community members such as RCMP cadets, RCMP members, Regina Police Service, other police agencies, Saskatchewan students, and others together to gain a better understanding about important issues that we think are unique that we can help address. For example, this includes a pilot project on missing and murdered Indigenous Women and Girls Day. We invited high school students in to collaborate with our partners. They had their first smudging at our center. They were able to address a panel of current police officers, multi-agency police officers, on bias and evolution of policies in policing and that sort of thing. And it was so successful and the response was so well received that we plan to make that an annual event. We also just recently hosted an elder advisory committee where they are talking about youth justice issues. And this is all because we want to become better partners to the community in addition to our tourism aspect. We are the closest we've ever been to national status. It has been a dream for 20 years. And when we accomplish this, glass half full, not if, we will be the furthest west national museum and will have a significant tourism draw to Regina. We would receive federal funding, greater national and international profile, which will help increase the profile of the brand of this wonderful city and the home of the RCMP, the home of the Red Surge. However, Canadian Heritage has not given a time frame of a decision. We have 2 weeks till December 15th to submit our final bid for national status. And we believe we are putting a very strong case forward, but we are not given a time frame of a decision. In the meantime, we are experiencing financial difficulties as a result of the challenges previously mentioned. The tax exemption from the City of Regina is critical to the RCMP Heritage Centre. Without it, we are in dire financial situation. We are not owned, operated, or funded by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, and we are working really hard to be a tourism asset to advance your objectives of creating a really vibrantly economic city, and in ways shared by my esteemed colleagues. So I respectfully, in conclusion, urge you to consider option number 1, that would increase the cap, or if you are to review the policy, to include us in a thorough review so we can work together to develop something that would be good for everyone. Thank you very much for your time and consideration, and I welcome any questions that you might have.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions or questions from committee members? Ms. Nelson.
Hi, thank you.
Councillor Nelson.
It's okay. It's all good. So I'm just trying to get some clarification here,
Yes.
because I remember when this all came with the tax exemption for the heritage, and then I believe we got a memo saying that the RCMP has gained national heritage standard, and not sure now why we haven't.
No.
Can you clarify that for me? Yeah.
Yes, there has been, it has been inaccurately reported in the media that we have received
imagine
national
that.
status. What the process is we had been given a year to meet a number of different criteria. One of them was the national engagement plan. Another is to build a new corporate vision and all kinds of new policies that would shape the new National Museum. We have until December 15th to put our bid in, and then from there, it goes to cabinet, federal cabinet, and we are at the mercy of the decision-making at the federal level.
Okay, so just to clarify a little further, if you don't mind. So they came back, you didn't get that, it was improperly spoken of. So now they came back to you and then they said, here, this, and this, these 3 points, and then you've adjusted and you're submitting that on the 15th, taking into consideration what their recommendations were. Is that correct?
No, the announcement, it is very, and in some meetings we do have to, because people are under the assumption that we've already achieved national status, and we haven't. We're still going through the process, and it could be another 18 months before a decision is made. What we were given was funding from Canadian Heritage. That was the main announcement, that we received funding from Canadian Heritage to do all of the steps that they require an organization to fulfill to have their bid considered by the federal government. And that's where we are. We're 2 weeks away from deadline, and we have no idea. I wish that I had some answers for you. It would be so great for us, because it would help us in planning as well, where the deadline, or when the decision will be made.
Okay, thank you for kind of getting off track. I was just clarifying.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity to explain that.
Yeah,
Thank you very much, Councillor. Any other questions from committee members? Seeing none, Ms. Robinson, you've provided much useful information. Thank you for coming forward. You may return to the gallery.
Thank you for your time.
Mr. Wary, would you like to, Mr. Lacey from the administration, would you like to introduce the report?
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. So this is an annual report that we bring forward seeking approval for property tax exemptions for nonprofit and charitable organizations under the community nonprofit tax exemption policy. approved by council. The purpose of the policy is to set the parameters for the City of Regina to consider applications for exemptions, provide a fair and consistent treatment for all applicants, and to support organizations in financial need that further council's priorities as outlined in the various strategic and planning documents of the city, and for which the burden resting from the tax exemption is justifiable expense to the taxpayers of Regina. So we've had 39 organizations apply for exemptions under the policy for the 2023 tax year, and administration is recommending 35 of those organizations be approved under the policy, with the other 4 being determined not to meet the eligibility requirements of the policy. The policy also includes a cap that caps the total exemptions to be provided under the policy, and that cap moves as mill rates increase, so it's adjusted upwards on a yearly basis. And this year, with the number of organizations that applied and were recommending be eligible under the policy, the cap would be exceeded. And so as a result, the recommendation before you is recommending that 100% exemption be provided to the Regina Public Library, the Royal Canadian Legion, as if because if these properties were owned instead of leased, there would be a statutory requirement for the city to provide 100% property tax exemption, as well as 100% exemption for community gardens that are on city lands or provincial lands that normally are tax exempt, with the remaining 25 organizations receiving a prorated exemption of 94.5% to allow us to remain within the cap that's currently set under the policy. With that, we'd be happy to answer any questions council has.
Thank you very much. Before we get to that, could I ask for a committee member to move the report? The mayor? Mayor, you're up first. Do you wish to ask questions or make comments?
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. How many new applications came in this year over and above what were present last year?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll ask Ms. Mills to respond.
Thank you. Through the chair, just 1 second here. I know I have it available. So this year we had 8 total new applications come in, and then 2 additional properties for the food bank. So they're an existing applicant. They just added their additional properties.
Sorry, thanks for that. Just having a little hard time hearing you. You said that 8 new
organizations applied this year. So we're recommending 4, and we're recommending to decline 4 of those organizations.
Okay. And then the food bank, as we heard this morning,
has 2 additional properties.
Mr. Lacey, how does the policy deal with new applicants? And where I'm going with this is that this not-for-profit sector very much depends, as we've heard from a few of them. We could probably, if we pulled all of them, they would tell us how dependent they are within their budget for that 100% tax exemption. So how does the policy, in your opinion, speak to new applicants coming forward, which in this situation clearly erodes the 100%?
Mr. Lacey?
So, to you, Deputy Mayor, I think that's a great question. And, you know, when this policy was first debated and introduced back in 2018, is when the policy was initially approved. My recollection is there was this discussion about recognizing that there would be likely over time more entities that would come forward and apply under the policy and be eligible under the policy, and trying to balance that with the fact that ultimately at the end of the day the taxpayers fund the property tax exemptions. And so at that point in time a cap was put in place to try and reflect that balance and limit, I guess I would frame it as the overall financial impact to the city and ultimately on taxpayers. that was initially a fixed cap. And then there was recognition, I believe it was last year, that, you know, property taxes increase as the mill rate increases. And so that cap shouldn't be a static cap, that perhaps it should move upwards as property tax increases move upwards. So I know I'm not directly answering your question. I think that was a debate council had with respect to knowing there would be pressure and other organizations coming forward and trying to balance that with, I guess, overall fiscal restraints facing the city. And at that time, it was determined to put a cap in place to try and strike that balance.
Thank you, Mr. Lacey. But going back to the organizations who we support historically with the tax exemption, should there be, philosophically, could you have presented 100% for those that had been receiving it for perhaps 3 budget cycles or more, and prorating the new applicants so that we don't disaffect all of the not-for-profit sector? I'm just curious if that was an option.
So, thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor, that certainly could be an option. That would be a valid option under the policy. And, you know, I'm going to use the word subjectivity again. I think that really kind of, you know, I think you can cut this many different ways and certainly provide 100% exemptions to longer, to organizations that have received the benefit for a longer period of time. Certainly that would have been something that we could have looked at. I think what you would see if we did that is that those organizations that have come in the last year or two would probably see a substantial, the percentage would be substantially lower than the 94.5% in the report, only because there wasn't a lot of room, to be honest, in the cap over the last couple of years. Anyhow, and so new organizations would have been impacted more substantially. So, you know, I think that certainly is an option that, you know, I think we look for council views and perspectives and direction on.
Thank you, Mr. Lacey. Deputy Mayor, just a couple more. How many multi-year tax exemptions do we provide to nonprofits? Because I think the policy allows for up to 4 years. Is that correct?
So, through you, Deputy Mayor, and I'm just looking at my team here, I don't believe we provide any, yep, I'm right. We currently don't provide any multi-year exemptions while the policy allows for that. And as we've looked at it as through implementing this policy, part of the challenge, once again, we had was knowing that we were pretty close to the cap. By putting multi-year exemptions in place, you're locking in, for example, if it's 100%, you're locking in at 100%, which makes the remaining pool smaller. So once again, those that you haven't locked in, you know, those exemptions would have to come out of that remaining pool. So once again, it was a balance that we were attempting to strike, and while the policy allows it, we to date have been doing an annual approach.
Thank you, Mr. Lacey. Deputy Mayor, I would be inclined to refer this back to administration to explore the option of providing the 100% with a reduced ratio for new applicants, or alternatively, a budgetary funding option for council to consider at budget time, or we to try to squeeze them all in. I don't want to play with budget at this meeting, but it would be my intention to send it back to ask for, one, what happens if we provide 100% to those that have been receiving it, and what balance remains with the cap in place. And then alternatively, if the additional 4 plus 2 properties, as I understand it, I get it 62, but how does that fit into the existing budget or an increase in a cap? That would be what I'd like to refer back.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a non-debatable motion, referral motion. However, for clarification, I just want to check with the administration to make sure that the motion is clear what's being asked, and secondly, that the work can be done in time for budget debate, and thirdly, if there's any further time sensitivity to this.
So, through you, Deputy Mayor, just for clarification, I do think there wouldn't, the approach I would take is we'd bring something back as supplemental information as part of council's budget debate, which is coming up in a couple of weeks, and I think we have all the information available to be able to provide that information in that time frame. And with respect to deferring this decision until then, there's no other implications.
Thank you very much. Mayor, satisfied with that? Thank you. Clerk, can I ask you to call the vote, please?
Excuse me, sorry, can I just ask a clarifying question?
You can
point
ask
of
the
order?
question, yeah.
Okay, so just to make sure I understood, the referral motion is for them to consider, for administration to consider providing full funding for everyone who it was an existing application, and also to consider the implications of, as another option, providing 100% funding for all of them. Is that accurate?
I believe that's accurate, Mayor, administration. Yes, that's accurate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Clerk?
Deputy Mayor, the referral motion passes 10-0 with all members present voting in favor.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to EX 22-130, nonprofit daycare center tax exemption update. I have a delegation of 3 persons, Kara Steiner, Donna Rice, and Allison Thull. Could I ask you please to come forward? Thank you for coming forward. Could I ask you to state your names for the record, the organizations you represent, the city in which you live? You have 5 minutes for your presentation, following which there may be questions from committee members.
Good morning. My name is Allison Thull. I'm the director of Sandcastles Childcare here in Regina. I live in Regina, and I'm also the chairperson for the South Sask Directors for Early Learning Incorporated, which I'm representing for my report.
Thank you.
My name is Kara Steiner, and I'm the executive director for Prairie Lily Early Learning Centers. I also sit as the vice chairperson for the Saskatchewan Early Childhood Association, and I feel a little bit like the odd man out this morning because I live in Pilot Butte. But I'm really passionate about the centers that we have here in Wards 3 and 8, and I'm here to represent those families today.
Welcome.
I'm Donna Rice, from the Executive Director from Stepping Stones Childcare in Regina. We have 3 locations, 2 in North Central and 1 up on Broad North, and I live in Regina.
Thank you very much. You may proceed.
Okay, I'll start this morning, and I would like to start today by thanking the city for the report that you sent to us and prepared for this morning. It was such a comprehensive, detailed, thoughtful report, and we really appreciated that. We could tell that the discussions we had with the city back in September were taken into consideration, and we just wanted to express our appreciation for that consultation process. I also want to touch on how pleased I am to see that the official community plan was mentioned in this report, and to see the link between the value of quality childcare to future plans for the city. So as members of council and administration know, the official community plan includes childcare in the social development section. I really liked how the official community plan specifically talks about that their goal is to encourage the provincial government and community to establish locally based attainable childcare facilities, which are essential to enabling parents to secure access to employment. So we are here today because we want to see childcare be attainable, but we also want to see it be sustainable with funding from municipal, provincial, and federal governments. I think there are many non-financial ways that the city could continue to be supportive of childcare in the city, whether that's through bylaw creation, zoning for new developments by requiring childcare to be included. There are many different options. I certainly feel that the city has been very progressive in their support for childcare over the past several years, and that means a lot to us as a centre. So I'll stop and give my colleagues a chance to chat here this morning too.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So I as well would like to thank the Executive Committee for the invitation to be here with you all. In November of 2021, the first steps of the Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare System Agreement came to fruition in terms of beginning to reduce the burden of childcare costs for families. This was seen by all in the childcare community as a positive step for the profession, as it made quality childcare more affordable for many who had previously been unable to bear the costs on top of the day-to-day expenditures for their families. For childcare centres, it meant enrollment increases and the ability to add to the workforce as those spaces were filled and more staff were needed. Unfortunately, the workforce shortage that our profession and many others had been and currently are experiencing meant those increases could not happen. While the funding made the costs more feasible for families, there was a threshold put on fee increases a centre could make. Centres were not allowed to increase their fees by more than 5%, and this meant that the funding for fees would be money in, money out. There would be no additional income for centres to manage increased operational costs due to now being able to provide care and education for more children. A centre that was barely managing through the pandemic, and as we struggled to go beyond the pandemic, had no additional funding. The budget they had was still the same budget they were trying to manage increased operational costs with. And when you add 5 toddler children to a centre, there are a host of additional costs to contend with, from staffing to food, programming, toiletries, and the list goes on. Infrastructure supports are not currently in the government funding plans. This uncertainty adds another stress for administration in the childcare setting. Building repairs, higher utility costs, and increasing food costs, not to mention shortages and shipping costs, are all worrisome in a profession that faces budgetary crunches regularly. All centres do their best to budget for unexpected emergencies, especially those who have worked hard to own their own buildings, but it gets more challenging every day. Childcare is an essential service. Quality childcare is a necessity for workplaces to get the best out of their employees. Numerous families throughout my 30 years in the childcare field have commented on how much easier it is to be at work knowing their child is in a safe, loving, supportive, educational environment. We all have stresses day to day that often sidetrack us from our 9-to-5 workplace life, but where and who is caring for your children does not have to be one of them in our city.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything further?
I have nothing formal to add, but I'll just give an example of how the property tax reduction is helping Stepping Stones childcare. Our one location was paying over $30,000 a year property taxes off the back of 90 children, and now we're down in the $20,000 range, which is great, saving $10,000. The daycare across the streets in a school, they're paying no property taxes, but I won't go there. I'll just talk about how we're appreciating the $10,000. But if for some reason the city council decided to do away with this property tax reduction and didn't approve the reduction, we'd have to come up with $10,000 a year. And like they were saying, we can't raise our fees. There's no other sources of income but going back to fundraising, as you know, some of you probably did when your children were young and in daycare, working bingos and things. Or we have to reduce services. Our Stepping Stones Elphinstone location is open extended hours, so to shave off $10,000 instead of being open till midnight would close at say 10. So now all of a sudden all the parents who attend that location because they're healthcare workers could no longer work their evening shifts, or we could open later in the morning, or we could do away with providing breakfast and reduce the cook hours. I mean, either we raise money somehow off the parents that are already overworked, or we reduce services. So that's just how it's working for us, and we really do appreciate that we are getting this reduction and we're not having to do these things, and I really hope we can continue to receive the reduction and possibly in the future get more on a level playing field with the centers and the schools and have no property taxes, but for now I'll appreciate what we have. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Deputy Mayor, could I just add something, please?
Sure, go ahead.
I just wanted to say, I think you're all pioneers in this exemption and using it as a very tangible way to meet the content of the plan. I was very impressed, as were my colleagues, with those present from the city at the focus group meeting on September 14th. The genuine interest in understanding the grants received to date, the continuing struggles of our profession, and the sharing of information from their point of view was extremely professional and relevant. It is my sincere hope that this level of communication will continue and we can all work together for the future of our children. Perhaps 2025 brings a permanent property tax exemption, but I just wanted to thank you all for the opportunity to speak with you this morning.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from, for the delegation from committee members? Councillor Nelson.
Thank you very much, Chair. My utmost respect for all of you. I worked in daycare centers. It's not fun. Just a question. Now, I understand, and I've had this concern before, the federal government puts things in place, they're thinking that they're doing a great job. Although they're not here, they don't have the boots on the ground, they don't say it's a great idea, but not all those ideas work for the benefit of what it's supposed to be. Have you ever had discussions with the federal government as to how this could be changed to help the actual daycare centers better and the resources that you have? And if you have had these discussions, what's come out of it through the chair?
Sure. I can speak to that to you through Mr. Chair. We were able to host Minister Gould this summer at our center and had I guess just a kind of round table where we were able to talk about some of the challenges that we have been facing, including this kind of barrier to increased funding for the centers to cover our just basic operational costs. And we were also able, as the Saskatchewan Early Childhood Association, to sit down last week actually with some members of the provincial government as well to discuss these same issues. So there has been lots of ongoing consultation with different levels of government, just to talk about, you know, we're extremely grateful for all of this system building that's coming, and in a way, it's nice to see that Saskatchewan and the federal government as well have been thoughtful in taking time to get things done properly so that we're not building something and going back constantly to readjust it. But I would say that both provincial and federal partners are aware of the challenges that we're facing, and I know that going into this next year of our funding, there will be some sort of renegotiation of funds as well, just to make sure that things are being spent and appropriated properly. If that answers your question.
If you answer it the best you can answer it,
Yeah.
but yeah, that's all I ask. So when these came, because where I'm kind of going with this is everything falls back on the municipality level. It's really not our mandate. It's not what we're supposed to be doing. Not that we begrudge people and not that we begrudge their daycare centers. What do you feel, or do you feel that there's anything going to be positive coming back in this in next year? Just to give us an idea as to how the daycare centers are going to try to operate based on the changes that you've suggested. Are they going to help? Are these tax exemptions going to be needed in the future if changes persist or changes happen that you've suggested to the federal and provincial? Through the chair.
I think, through the chair, I think the concerns that we've had in terms of employment, retention, and you know, just getting people attracted to the childcare profession as a profession, the government has been trying to, both federally and provincially, has been trying to address. And I think the cost of childcare are the two big issues that have come down to us from the government. But like you had said, they're not in the day-to-day, you know, and as admin, you know, I'm very happy that my staff are finally getting recognizable wages for the work that they do every day, but it's the day-to-day operations that are a struggle. And so going further with conversations, it's, you know, there's always, and as you know, different levels of government, and you have to get the attention of one to get the attention of the next, and it's a hard-fought battle, but I think for the majority of us, the push now is to try and get the government to look at some of those infrastructure concerns that aren't being addressed. And, you know, years ago, and like I said, I've been in the profession for 30 years, and I remember, you know, back in my, you know, first 5 years where childcare centers were found in church basements and buildings that nobody else really wanted to rent the space from, and, you know, that kind of stuff. And I think we've made definite moves forward in that, where the recognition of what we do every day and the need for that early years education, just how important it truly is. But again, it was sort of like, okay, what was in the media that was really important? Well, there were people looking for childcare spaces and couldn't afford it. There were, you know, people who weren't getting paid properly. So that's what the government, I think, focused on right away. And so I think the job for us as administrators on the ground level is to really start pushing that infrastructure concern moving forward. You know, to my knowledge, there is nothing going forward that's addressing those, but, you know, who knows? And maybe if the voice becomes louder, something will happen, but to date, nothing that we've been made aware of.
Thank you.
If I could speak to you as well on that same point, I think when you're talking about the benefits of childcare, maybe specifically to the city of Regina, is that maybe what you're asking is what are you going to see as a return in your city for the, you know, funding that's being put towards these programs? I think that childcare affects so many different areas of the OCP, and if you're looking at the link between reading on time by grade 4 and graduating on time, and then considering that, excuse me, 64% of incarcerated Canadians don't have a high school diploma, I think it's clear that the early interventions that we are providing to the city are incredibly important. And so for us to be able to receive this exemption and to be able to pour that money back into quality programming, where we're focusing on literacy and learning and all kinds of healthy development, whether that's through nutrition, physical development, social emotional development, all those things, I think that this investment that's being made will return in many other ways to the city of Regina.
Thank you for that, but no, I will never question the investment in children into our future. Never will I question that whatsoever. Just a feel-good moment here. The tax.
Is there a question?
Yeah, there is a question.
I'm watching the clock, that's why. I know there's a question.
And I said 5 minutes. Can you give me a couple examples of, with that tax exemption money, what you've done in the daycare centers? Just a couple little examples that it's helped through the chair, and then I'm done.
I think it's, for us, we've been able to provide programming that we just didn't have the funds for. Some of it has offset those costs of, like, for example, yesterday, a control panel in our furnace went. I had no idea that as a commercial furnace, your control panel has a 1-year warranty. And so, you know, those are big costs that you need to do immediately. You don't have 3 months or 6 months to fundraise for. And so having that money, being able to set that aside for those types of things that come up is huge for us.
For us, it would be taking the children to places like the Science Center and going to the splash pads around the city in summertime. It would be going to Gales or other local places and being able to invest money in craft supplies, different things like that. So a lot of the money that's invested is just going right back into the community.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just didn't hear that. Thank you very much.
Councilor Bresciani.
Thank you very much. Just quickly, back in 18, came to council. Colleen was this spokesperson. Great to see this go. It was supposed to be a short time, though, that this was going to be here, because it was going to be with the federal and provincial. Who is advocating then? Like, who is your go-to to help you get there? Because it's been quite some time now, and I remember when this was brought forward, that was the discussion.
Yeah.
Who's doing that?
And to you through the chair, I think it was our understanding at that time when we came in 2018 that it was just going to be a 2-year exemption with a more permanent bylaw or policy created after that. And I think with COVID, we've just kind of moved into this cycle of continuing exemptions. But SICA would definitely be an organization, as well as the Canadian Child Care Federation, who is working to advance some of these things municipally. And I know that in working last summer, there was a roadmap for early learning and childcare created for the province of Saskatchewan specifically, and there were some representatives from SUMA there as well, so that would be another group that we would like to continue to connect with, to see other municipalities come together and you know, either join in with the city of Regina or just be a supporting partner in what's happening here.
Okay, yeah, that's a good connection, we could do that. Just the $10 National Child Care Program, how has that impacted you? Through the chair.
Yeah, to you through the chair, I think that that's been, for our center anyway, many of our locations are already at a $10 a day fee for our preschool families. And so when we're considering what we're bringing in to offset those costs, and we're already so low in our fees, that's why this exemption and further funding for capital improvements, things like that, are just so incredibly important. The goal for $10 a day childcare is supposed to be by 2025 for most centers, but for a lot of places we're already there because we've been trying to keep our fees affordable for so long. So I guess that's how it's affecting us, but I don't know if Don or Allison, you'd like to speak
It really
to that.
has.
Doesn't change.
It hasn't changed anything. We charged $600 a month before. Now the parents pay $200 and the federal government pays $400 and we still get $600. So there's no change for us, other than we're not allowed to raise our fees.
Yeah.
So $75 for enough broccoli to feed the kids at snack, but we can't raise the fees. You know, everything's going up and we can't. But that's not, you know, the city's not responsible for inflation and things. But until we get to this 2025, yes, they've addressed the $10 a day. Yes, they're addressing the staff's wage subsidies. We're hoping they're going to look at core funding, because it's not fair that a school, you know, that's not paying property taxes and things are getting the same base funding as us. So if the base funding goes up, I'd be more than happy not to pay, or to start paying city property taxes at 110% rate, you know, like, it's okay. But at this point, they're not at that point of the $10 a day childcare plan. They focused on the big ones and create documents. No one's telling us anything, so the day it happens will be the day we know.
Yeah, and that was the difficulty, was that 5% cap that we had. And like I said, it was money that came in, money that went out. And so as our internal costs increased with inflation and everything else that's happened in the last 3 to 4 years, that $10 a day didn't offset any of that for us.
Okay. And just the last question quickly is on data. Very important that you have the data. I know just in my ward, there's at least a 300 little person wait list to get on for daycare. That's in the southeast. And that kind of is the information that needs to be carried forward from your spokespeople to share that piece, because parents, working people need to have that. And who does that and who shares that? Who collects that data for you?
I would say typically every center manages their own wait list, but you're right, it has to be something that's shared, because you know, the creation of spaces is one thing, and money going towards the creation of spaces is one thing. However, if you don't have the quality staff and you don't have the quality programming, you know, yeah, I could provide, you know, 5 more families childcare, but I don't have a staff to be there for those children. And the added expenditures that comes with enrolling those 5 new children and their families, we're not in a position to be able to manage that right now. And so definitely there's some information gathering holes that need to be filled and need to be more public, I think, because I think people, when they saw funding coming in, they were like, wow, these daycare centers are rolling in the money, and that's not the case. And so if there's clarification to be made on some of those things that could be made public, I think that would be helpful for us.
That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the mayor.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Actually, just a quick question. Would it be okay if we reached out to you?
Sorry.
If I reached out to you? Just to have a separate
Absolutely.
conversation?
Absolutely.
About some conversations? Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stanichuk.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. The conversation about the school-based childcare centers and those that aren't based in schools, is there a trend, or is there an interest in, like maybe with your discussions with the provincial government, that that's going to become more common, that with new schools there'd also be an early learning childcare element to it and space there?
Yes, I can speak to you through the chair about that. So when we met with the ministry last week, they did clarify for us that in new school builds, it is a requirement that there is childcare considered, as long as that community doesn't already have adequate childcare available. I think where we're going to run into a problem is that there's only so many schools that you can build and only so many spaces that you can put in schools. So if we are to really achieve this 28,000 new spaces in Saskatchewan, that would be 250 plus 90 space centers in schools, right? So we're going to have people who are leasing in strip malls and who are looking for all kinds of locations to put their childcare. So that's where the clarity of a permanent policy would really be, welcomed by our sector to know who can and cannot, apply for this.
Okay, thank you for that. And then in terms of funding, there's provincial and federal funding, and then you've got the fees, and I think now the fees probably don't make up as much as they used to. They used to take up more than half, I think, but considering that you have additional expenses than the school-based daycare centers, is that ever factored into the funding from other levels of government?
Not yet.
Not yet.
And also, I forgot the Ys are also not taxed.
Oh.
Because they're in Y buildings, right?
Oh, right.
So
That's
there's
not-
those as well.
Okay.
But absolutely, the daycares didn't used to be in schools very much. Like, there'd be just a sprinkling of them, but now more and more are coming into schools each year because the schools are providing space for them. So it's going to become more of a thing. It's already become more of a thing, and it's increasing. So, yeah, if it was just like one in a school, I wouldn't be too annoyed, but
I think specifically talking about your fees, so what we see beyond what we get for our parent fee grants and our wage enhancement grants would be a 1% administrative cost recovery for us. So that 1% doesn't go very far when it comes to capital improvements, just basic operational costs, things like that.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stanachek. There are no further questions. You may return to the gallery.
Thank you so
for your
much.
helpful
Thank you.
information. Ms. Husick, I believe that you want to introduce the report.
Yes, thank you. And through you, Deputy Mayor. In December 2020, Council extended the property tax exemption for licensed nonprofit child care centers until the end of 2022 to provide support while the federal government continued development of a national child care plan. Council also directed administration to engage with these centers to better understand their operations and the impact of both the tax exemption and the national early learning child care agreements on their funding models. In September 2022, administration engaged with nonprofit child care centers at 2 virtual focus groups held on September 14th to 15th of 2022, and those engagement notes have been provided in Appendix B. Through those consultations, administration learned that the national program has been welcomed by the centers, but there are still many uncertainties and impacts surrounding the program as it's being introduced over a number of years. Some centers reported the city's exemption was integral to them staying in business throughout the pandemic, and administration is recommending extending the 40% exemption for 2023 to 2025 to support daycare centers. And at the end of 2025, it's expected that a new provincial funding model will be fully established. The recommendation also includes allowing leased properties to apply for the exemption, and the estimated municipal levy costs of the recommendation are expected to be $106,000 in 2023, $124,700 in 2024, and $134,000 in 2025. Actual costs will be dependent on licensing approvals from the province and construction timelines. Administration is committed to following the child care funding model review and continuing to work closely with the province and the federal government to understand the new funding model and how it will impact the city's nonprofit tax exemption. Administration is also committed to bring a report back to council at the end of 2025 once the federal and provincial childcare programs are fully implemented and a new funding model is established. With that, administration welcomes any questions you may have.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Yusik. Could I have a member of the committee move the report? Thank you very much. Councilor Bresciani, you have the floor for questions or comments.
Thank you very much. I support this, again, because we're kind of in this situation where back in 18, we kind of were told that we're going to work on it. We see the value, of course, of the daycares and, the tax exemption. But what I would like to know is where is who from the city is doing the advocating to, say we're working, and I've seen that in other reports, we're working with the provincial and federal governments. Can someone elaborate to me, like, who's taking this forward on our behalf here? To advocate with the groups that have spoken today, to ensure that this isn't going to continue for another 10 years. Through you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you for the question. Certainly through our engagement, we've certainly heard from the child care centers about the importance of that. I'm not certain if Mr. Reid has any more information on that.
Through you, Mr. Chair. As far as, to make sure I'm understanding the question correctly, yeah. Councillor, I think you're getting at, does the city have its own advocacy strategy to support daycare centers in working with the province and feds?
I just, in the report, what I heard from the administration, just to be clear, and not to be confusing, but just we're working with the province and the federal government. So can you just elaborate, what does that mean?
Sure, of course. So that's the Policy and Grants Branch, just having regular conversations in the development of this report and making sure that we understand what's going on in the world of daycare in Saskatchewan, right? Like we're meeting with them to understand how many new facilities are coming online, right? That's how we're able to speak to the expected cost increases over the next couple of years is based on those numbers. So I would expect as they continue development of their program and work to finalize, that ultimate funding model that we've heard will be final in 2025, we'll be in regular conversation with them to understand that and the potential implications on our own ultimate policy.
So just through you, Deputy Mayor, I want to ask about, again, data. How does the data that we have here, because I will say, I know just from my ward, there is an absolute long waiting list. And that's maybe from people not going into the business but maybe it's not affordable either to do that. So again, how is that piece of this shared? Like, do we have that data here at the city and that's carried forward to help the groups here that have come today?
Let's have data on unlicensed facilities within the city of Regina that have received a city license. Yeah. And we have shared those numbers with the province, so they're aware of that. In conversations with them, they've indicated, and I recall this question from you last time this came forward. They did indicate, they don't have control over where new facilities are going to be developed. So as far as addressing gaps in specific areas, they don't have the means or ability to do that. Certainly when childcare providers come to them to discuss potential opportunities for new locations, they can, provide that info to them and say, this might be where a good opportunity is, but that's as far as we've been able to take it at this point, as far as sharing our data with them and having that informed conversations.
Okay, and just the last question, when we say 2025, how do we know that we're going to be that will be the end and we'll be out of this business, through the chair?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I'm being honest, I would say we're being optimistic that the provincial and federal governments will stick to their plan and have things finalized by then, and we'll be able to use that information to inform our own policy moving forward. I think it would be it would be challenging, and we'd likely be having to come back to review something if we were to look to move ahead of policy ahead of that work being finalized. So again, it's really just optimism that they're going to pull through, but you know, based on what's been transpiring to date with the agreement and, you know, the expediting of funding through to centers and the lowering of fees, I feel confident that we will be in a place to bring that forward by the end of 2025.
I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilor Bresciani, the mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll go quick. In follow-up to Councilor Bresciani's question, there's an implication in the presentation of the report as well as the report itself that conversations are ongoing with the province and with the federal government. Who is it policy that's advocating for the city? Who's making the requests or a more comprehensive approach with the province on tax exemption or subclasses? Does the province exempt the daycares as we do on
Mr.
property
Lacy?
taxes?
So, to you, Deputy Mayor, I'm going to ask Ms. Mills to comment on this. In our province, there's not a provincial exemption provided, and so we as a municipality are providing an exemption. I think that varies in other provinces, but I'll ask Ms. Mills if she has additional comment on the tax structure in this province and other provinces.
Thank you. Through the chair, I will start and then maybe I'll pass it over to Mr. Reid to talk about what's happening in other provinces. But if the question is, does the province participate in this tax exemption? Yes. So yeah, we do apply on behalf of the daycare centers to the Ministry of Education for the exemption of their share of the 40% exemption. And they have granted that in the past. It is an annual exemption, so we do have to apply annually.
Thank you. That's good. And I guess, again, are we passive in terms of advocating on the status of daycare's exemption with the province? Like, we're just waiting to see how this plays out is my question. We're just waiting to see how this plays out and hoping they're done in 2025.
Through the chair, the review is going, well, it's anticipated that the review will be finished in 2025. So through our grants area, we will be participating when some of those discussions happen with both the federal or the provincial level. So.
Okay, thank you. I'm good.
Thank you, Mayor. I see no further questions or comments. I'd ask the mover, Councilor Bresciani, do you have anything further? Thank you. Clerk, could you please call a vote?
Deputy Mayor, the motion carries 10-0 with all members present voting in favor.
Thank you very much. With the concurrence of committee, I would like to call the lunch break, and I'd like to ask if we could be back by quarter to the hour, 1:45. We have two major items left, and then we have a number of items on the private agenda. Any problem with that, anybody? Good. I'll adjourn until 1:45. Thank you very much. committee members, administration, ladies and gentlemen. We're at EX 22-131. I would like to ask Dr. Maxim Kondrashov to come forward, please, as a delegation. This involves Heritage Incentive Application for 2022. Sir, can you state your name for the record, the organization you represent, and the...
My name is Maxim Kondrashov.
Thank you very much.
I am citizen of Regina since
Thank you very much.
2006.
And you have 5 minutes, and there may be questions afterwards. Thank you for coming forward.
Honorable Chair and honorable members of Council, thank you very much for inviting us today with my our father Marek Radovan Marek, and today I am representing St. Peter and Paul Parish. I am the president of the parish of St. Peter and Paul of Regina, and this parish has been in Regina since 2011. It was established in 2011, and we were blessed to acquire building on 1772 Montreal Street in Regina in 2012. Building was purchased from other church, which is Anglican Church, and we were blessed to acquire that building, but with the blessings, of course, some responsibilities came. We become aware that building is a heritage property. It was designated as a heritage property just a few months before the purchasing of that building. As you probably know, that municipal heritage property status was granted in January 2012. And that time, that building was occupied by another church, and they were hoping to work closer with municipal department of heritage. So we did the same. As soon as we acquired the building, we approached Regina Heritage Department, City of Regina Heritage Department, and started to work with them closely. At that time, we were provided with the guidelines and all the incentives available to heritage building owners. Our organization, as you can probably understand, it's a charity, so we enjoy tax-free, property tax-free environment. If I may, I would like to start from paragraph from one of your Heritage Department documents. I think it would be appropriate to start from this. Heritage is a timeless resource held in trust for the benefit of present and future generations. It forms the foundation of Regina's identity and cultural well-being. It is a tangible connection to the past that reflects the attainments of the people who have lived here. It represents an important record of the historic and cultural development of the city, which creates a unique sense of place that contributes to the special character of Regina. The city's architectural heritage constitutes not only irreplaceable asset that provides unique insight into the richness and diversity of the past, it also a key tourism generator and economic catalyst that can be used to promote Regina as a unique heritage destination. I specifically wanted to read this just to set our minds how important architecture, particularly for the citizens of Regina, for future generations, so the future generations and all of us can learn from the architecture. I also would like to introduce you a little bit into the history of the building. You might know this building. It's situated just across from the Pepsi Park on 11th Avenue. It's a corner of 11th and Montreal. Official address is 1772 Montreal Street. Description of the building. It's a former Salvation Army citadel. And Salvation Army organization goes back to the brink of the 20th century. It was one of the first religious Christian organizations in Regina, established themselves on the west side of the Broad Street. And the original place for this building was where now is Tim Hortons, between Tim Hortons and that new hotel on the corner of Saskatchewan Drive and Broad Street. So the original church was relocated from that position to the present place. And Salvation Army Citadel is a one-story gable-roofed building with projecting stepped gable located near the intersection of Montreal Street and 11th Avenue, as I mentioned above. The heritage value of the building is an association with Salvation Army in Regina. To make it short, Salvation Army has few buildings in Regina, and this one is one of the, if it's not the first one, and it was built in a vernacular architecture style. I was not familiar with this term, and I called my sister, who is an architect. She lives in Australia, and she explained me that vernacular architecture, it's just a simple architecture not required not required in the past any inputs from engineers or architects. So to make it short, when we acquired the building, especially myself, I'm a doctor, and I started to feel that I accepted a new patient in my practice. And I started to read more about this building, and it became as a child to me. So whenever we planned any renovations or any work which should be done, I always told my parishioners that we need to obey all the regulations related to the heritage. So to make it short, we existed in that building for the last 10 years. As you remember, it was purchased in 2012. For that 10 years, we estimate that we spent $100,000 just in materials. We are not including the labor, and labor another $100,000, which was mostly by volunteer work and donations. So in total, we spent probably $200,000 in 10 years' time. Basement was reinforced with a bracing done by, it was done with, of course, all necessary permits. Roof has been replaced, sewer, replaced furnace and water heater, and interior decoration and renovation were done.
So, Doctor, you've passed your 5 minutes.
Okay.
I'd ask you if you can you sum up briefly? And there may be questions for you afterwards.
Yeah, today I just want to stress that we've been hoping to get a grant one-time grant in the amount of $35,000 in order to complete outside of the building. And in my opinion, it's completely in line with the recommendations of Heritage Advisory Committee from 2012, when it stated that it's specifically exterior which requires the heritage attention. So to make it short, I'm hoping that your committee, your meeting will accept recommendations from Executive Committee number 1.
Thank you very much. You've been clear on what you're asking for. There may be questions. Other questions from the committee of the delegation? Councilor Findura.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Question to you. The importance of what you have done to this church for the community. You mentioned 11th Avenue, where you are. You were quite passionate about where you're situated.
As you probably know, there is several Orthodox churches in Regina, and all of them are friends with us. This particular parish is a home to Ukrainian community. It's a home to former Soviet Republic community. And it's, of course, home to some Greek people. So whoever is a follower of the Orthodox Church.
Okay, so
I have to stress that recent influx of refugees from Ukraine, we see it and we're trying to help them as well. They found spiritual support in our church.
Okay, so your the congregation, I mean, your numbers, you have 100, 200?
It used to be 60 families. In the beginning it was 30 families, then we grew to 60 families. And of course family, it's 4 to 5, 6 people. And we're expecting that congregation will grow to, in the next 5 years, to probably 70 families, if not more. Okay. It's hard to say.
Right. Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further questions? Doctor, thank you for coming forward. We appreciate your contribution. You're welcome to take your seat in the gallery. And I'd like to call on Radovan Merrick to come forward. Mr. Merrick. Could you state your name for the record, who you represent, where you live? You have 5 minutes, following which there may be questions.
Thank you so much. My name is Radovan Merrick, and I'm a priest with same organization, St. Peter and Paul in Regina. I thought we will be called together, and then if we have to share all this to help all of you, I really don't have nothing else to add to this what Dr. Kondrasov, our president of our community, say. To then was point when he cut it off. The reason why we need this grant also, just to add more little bit information, is the stuck on this old church. I'm very familiar with construction. Is very old, crack, and there is a 3-layer of the finishing of this famous heritage building, right? And which is impact the structural also to going more crack and going more down with some sides. So this grant which we apply when we get a letter from Heritage Department, who are always helping us, we really appreciate that from them and all advice. You help, that's why we apply, and this is our last project on this building, which we are looking to support from the city of Regina to help us, because you hear that how much we spend and how much we're volunteering, and it will look for next, I think, will stay for next 50 to 100 years, this building, without any more need a change outside. And we're really asking for the help, if it's possible, through this grant, which we get a letter from Heritage Department. They are willing to look in and help us. As Dr. Condershaw mentioned, our community and Mr. John asked also, is home for many nations, and we're not just helping them, we're not just providing the spiritual for them, we're providing also lots of things for people in need, especially right now with all this. And I'm one who is on helping the board of directors in Ukrainian Congress and helping the people to settle down with all this stress when they come in. And that's the benefit also from this organization and this building science we established here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your additional information. Are there any questions for the delegation from committee? Seeing none, appreciate your coming forward. Thank you. You can return to the gallery.
Thank you so much.
The next delegation, Mr. Steve Pinnell. Sir, could you state your name for the record, the organization you represent, the city you're from, and you may proceed. And you might introduce as well the delegation.
Yes, thank you. My name's Steve Pinnell. I'm here representing the NICOR group of companies, and I reside in Regina. I've brought with me Ross Keith, who is here to represent the ownership group of the Prince Charles apartment. Ross also resides in Regina.
Thank you very much. You may proceed.
So we basically wanted to just put forward three items, three kind of topics to the committee to discuss them. So we submitted this document. I'm just going to read through it quickly. We wanted to first say...
Stephen, I don't think we need to go back over that. I'll speak to that if you like.
Okay, sure. I guess we don't feel it's necessary to go through it all, but Ross just would like to make a couple comments on it.
Yeah, I don't think we need to go over the written thing that we put in, but Steve prepared the application. He knows that he's the one to answer any questions and is here if there's anything that anybody needs to know about that. But I would just like to pick up the discussion that we had at the time that the designation took place, and there were questions around an exemption that didn't have a cap related to it. And I think that's something that councillors had expressed some interest in, and I wanted to just take a chance to revisit that now. And of course, the designation was completed, thank you. And now we are in the incentive process. And I guess there's 2 points that I wanted to make. One is that this is a very different type of tax exemption than what we've been dealing with for the rest of the morning. And, you know, you've heard from a great many unbelievably worthy causes that deserve tax exemption, but it's a tax exemption that's has a different element than this one has, in that this is not just a tax, it's partly a worthy cause, being a heritage project, but it's also partly an investment by the city of Regina in its tax base. And so we don't just get the tax exemption. In order to get our tax exemption, we've got to put $1.2 million into work that extends the life of the building. This is a 60-year-old building that needs its life extended, that is a heritage building. But the city has a direct financial interest in this, in that if you took the taxable life of that building gets extended for 50 years. You take the present value of the taxes you get for the 50 years that these properties of this type would disappear. At the end of the day, it's if one does that calculation, it's very likely that the city might even be money ahead with that. So you're out money in the short term, but you take the present value of the long-term benefit to the city. The city has a different kind of an interest in this tax exemption than it does in the other ones. So that's the first point. I would like you to see this as an investment, and that is a key part of your heritage program. Is this investment in heritage overall? And so my second point is that it's a very valuable program that the city of Regina has developed here around heritage. And it's not a throwaway item. You've worked hard at it for many years, and in fact, you're at the leading edge in Canada in terms of this type of program. And when it come back to we now have some hard data that we didn't have the last time we talked. And there's 12 applications here. 8 of them are straight grants, which really are not in the category that we're talking about now. And so there's 4 of them that are in that category. And the 4 of them are total like less than $100,000 a year is what the city is going, the commitment of the city will be. And so my suggestion to you is that with the work you've got in this program, if you only have 4 applications, this program is not a success. It's basically a failure if all you can attract is 4 users of this program. So, we're familiar with the program and we're here, but there's a lot of people that are not familiar with this program, and that as they get more familiar with the program and pick it up. But my submission to you is that I'll pick a number. I mean, if you haven't got 20 applications that are in this category, see that the other category of the other 8 is a straight grant. There's already a cap on that. That's what the grant is. That's the cap. So these other ones now are a different category, but until you had 20 in that category, you shouldn't even think of a cap, because you wouldn't be getting the value out of the program you've built. So it's just the discussion about a cap, in my view, is premature. And that if you get 100 applications, maybe you have to do something with it. But at the same time, those applications aren't necessarily costing you money long term. So I leave it at that. Let me finish off though with the value of this program. Like we've got some exciting stuff happening in Regina now with like a lot of the catalyst projects that we're thinking of. And there will be a cost associated with those catalyst projects. The heritage program that you've got is also a part of that. The idea of the catalyst is to make Regina a place that people want to live and want to stay and want to come to. Your heritage program is also a key element of that, in that it's placemaking. There's nothing that you can get the mileage out of placemaking for placemaking like you can out of your heritage program. And I'll quote again the Hawkins mantra on heritage, is that heritage is the cradle of our community. Any community that doesn't that neglects its heritage has no future. And so this I implore you to build on what you've already done in this heritage area, but we're going into now a new era with this, and let's see where it goes as opposed to cut it off here too soon.
Thank you very much. I see questions from the committee. Councillor Mancinelli.
Appreciate the comments on this being a new program, hard to get in place. Looking through the projects listed, many of the costs are under $100,000, tens of thousands, not hundreds of thousands. Your comments on this being a new program and not well applied for yet, I think, are true as well. Do you see a danger in providing a $1.2 million exemption to one project straight out of the gate when it's a new program, not everyone's caught on yet, and that exemption rolls out over 10 years, taking a big bite out of what the potential of quite a few properties that may finally be aware of this and wanting to participate in it?
But that would be wonderful if there's more properties company. You need 5 times more to make the program successful. You've got an investment in putting this program together already. You need to realize on the investment you've already got in it. So it's a good thing, not a bad thing, if you get more applications under this program.
Totally agreed. But do you see the danger of putting everything forward on a few applications that start the program up?
Well, it's not I'm not saying that they're starting the program up. The program's been going. These aren't being treated differently than the programs that have been around for quite a while now. So it's not a brand new program, but you've got a more well-developed program now with your new managing of the heritage inventory and so on. So when I talk about a new program, it's a new way of delivering the program. It's certainly not a new program for the city of Regina.
If I remember this properly from our last meeting through council.
Sorry, I don't
Sorry,
hear
I'll try to
very
speak
well.
up and get this out of the way, the microphone. I tend to mumble sometimes, my apologies. If I remember this correctly, this was a recent purchase by the ownership group that has it currently. This hasn't been owned by the same conglomeration for decades, is that correct?
About 7 years.
No, we've owned the property for, I think, 7 years.
Okay. This is a fairly young building for a heritage plan compared to something like the last delegation that just appeared with the original Salvation Army building.
Well, it's almost 60 years old now. It was built in 1965, so it's a, and it is now a designated heritage building.
Yeah. On something like this, where it's a for-profit activity, what's the asset management plan behind something like this when you take this on? As a newer owner, do you have to plan and integrate this type of heritage in order to make this a financial success? Is this integral to the ownership and the ongoing use of this building?
Well, one of the elements of that building is that we do think that it's quite a unique building, and the P3 Architects did, and also Donald Luxton, who is a Vancouver architect who's very familiar with these things, did a good job working up the heritage aspect of it. And a big part of what we'll be doing with it is making that building an inviting place, both at the street level and for the building overall, so that there will be a key community revitalization aspect to this at the street level that, again, will be part of the enhancement that will come through the heritage program. So what I'm saying is there's a worthy cause aspect of this application, but there's also a financial benefit to both the city of Regina and to the owners at the end of the day, for sure. I mean, we're a private business. And, it's not like we're here, so I said at the start that this is quite different than a lot of the other tax exemptions you've dealt with today. They're not, building your tax base. This is a deal between us and you, that you build your tax base and we do something that's a worthy cause, plus is an investment on our part. So it's a different kind of deal than what you've been talking about with the rest of the organizations today.
Appreciate you coming out. Thank you for the answers.
Thank you very much. Councillor Nelson.
I'd just like to touch on that comment that you just made about building on our tax base. I think daycare centers are building on our tax base by producing some really wonderful children. My question to you, this apartment building is for profit, am I correct in that? This is all renting apartments, right?
Sorry, I don't hear wrong. She wants to know if the building is for profit. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, so you're renting out these places.
Yes.
Certainly not yet, but yes, it is a for-profit intention.
Right. So my question comes back to the responsibility and how this falls. We as the taxpayers are going to give money to a heritage property that's not deemed heritage yet. Is it still in the?
My understanding, it is a heritage property.
Is now-
Has heritage designation.
Has heritage
Is that,
designation.
I asked administration,
Yeah,
is
I
that
mean-
correct? That's correct.
Okay. How is, for taxpayers to invest money into this building, for you to make profit out of it, can you speak to that a little bit, please? Thank you, through the chair.
Thank you.
It isn't that you become a partner in the project directly, and it's not as if it's unique to the Regina situation. This is the way that the heritage programs work across North America, is that the communities, the interest that the city of Regina has financially in it is not having these buildings torn down. And what happens is a lot of these heritage-worthy buildings do get torn down because for the lack of the life-extending work that needs to be done on them. So it's just a technique that is the part of these programs, and it's not something that is a unique thing. That's sort of standard procedure in how these heritage programs work in all communities. But it's just a fact that if a building gets torn down and you got another vacant lot, that's not as good for the city as having a repurposed heritage building that is adds street level amenity and also continues to pay taxes. So if a building gets demolished, it doesn't pay taxes. It's that simple. And that's so the city has an interest in not having, especially not having worthy buildings that are contributors demolished, and you end up with vacant lots. So, you know, we talk a lot about how we want to revitalize the community. Vacant lots don't revitalize the community. And I don't think there's any argument about whether our heritage program is good. I don't hear anybody saying we should abolish the heritage program. The heritage program is good. Now let's use it. We're not using it as the way that we're not getting the benefit out of it we can by talking about restricting it. So the discussion on any potential caps, in my view, should be tabled until we've got at least 20 applications under this program. You haven't got enough to make the program worthwhile right now.
I'm going to just leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Bresciani.
Very much. So you purchased this building 7 years ago, knowing that it was a heritage building?
The building was not designated heritage at the time. The intention was to put it forward for heritage, though.
Okay. Knowing that there would be grants available for heritage in that purchase?
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Knowing that obviously there would be some heritage grants coming forward, that was the reason for the purchase?
No, I mean, the heritage element was not a key piece of that discussion.
Okay, you did purchase this indicating that it was a dilapidated old building, is that accurate? This apartment?
Well, I wouldn't call it a dilapidated old building. I mean, it's any building that is 60 years old, and it had some very significant deferred maintenance. There's no question of that. We didn't defer the maintenance.
For sure.
It was it was a Saskatoon group that owned the building, and they're the ones that deferred the maintenance, and we bought it from them and dealt with it, but we bought it as a developer,
Perfect. So just through you, Deputy Mayor, knowing that you weren't sure if there was any heritage grants out there, and you were saying that, why would you buy then a building that needed a lot of work?
Just let me go back. The heritage program was not a key element in us purchasing the building at all. Your heritage program is quite different than it was 7 years ago. And you've made improvements to your heritage program now that it now is relevant to that project, and it's good that you've got a relevant program. Your program at that 7 years ago was not one that would have been of assistance to this building.
Thank you. So I guess what I'm trying to figure out is that you did purchase an older building, I won't say dilapidated, an older building 7 years ago, knowing that it needs a lot of work, and knowing that, again, the heritage designation that you've come forward to today, if this wasn't here, what would have you done? Knowing that you actually bought an old building.
Well, I guess I think that you'll be much happier we'll be able to do the restoration in a way that will be more appealing than we would have otherwise, I guess is the best way to look at that. I think you'll find an asset there that will be a real contributor to the community. And so the program will enable us to do quite a bit more than we otherwise would.
So how would this then, through the chair, benefit community, this apartment?
How would it benefit the community?
Talk about the corridor and connection.
Yeah. It's, well, I couldn't give you that in 5 minutes.
Okay.
But one of a pet project of mine is the joining of the street revitalization between Victoria Park and Wascana Park. Wascana Center's got an arrow going downtown, and downtown plan's got an arrow going to Wascana Center. And we need to revitalize that whole strip, and we need to get rid of the vacant lots. We need to enforce your bylaws on some of the heritage properties along there that are decaying, and the city is not taking any action to make them follow through on what they're supposed to be doing. And we will be doing some amazing landscaping on that corner. We're totally redeveloping the lobby. We're wanting to put a coffee shop that the public will be able to gather around. And so if you're walking down, the city has trimmed the branches there now, so you see the front of the college building at the end of the street. And you'll have an amazing connection when we get the whole 4 blocks done from Wascana Center to Victoria Park. And that's part of what, we will be a driver in that revitalization.
Okay, last question, in regards to, I guess, the whole tax abatement for the many years. I think that obviously that would be the benefit, and that's, I had one other question that I wanted to ask. And
Perhaps we could leave it and I'll come
Sure,
back to you if
thank
you
you.
think of it.
Yeah.
Councillor Stadnicek.
Deputy Mayor, when you first started speaking, you said that that compared to your presentation last time that you came to council or executive committee, that you now have hard data or hard numbers. So I want to know what those hard numbers are.
We didn't have the, when I'm saying hard numbers, it's just the sheet that is here today. This shows there were 12 projects that we were talking about, and they weren't separated out between the ones that are under the grant program and the ones that are under the tax exemption. So now there's 8 of them that are in the grant program, and they're capped. So they're, it's not relevant to the discussion we're now having about capping. There's only 4 of them that are in the tax exemption section of that, which is, essentially where the private sector is involved. So I think it's, we're talking really about 2 different issues here. So we've separated out the actual grant part of it and the tax exemption part.
All right, thank you. Through the chair, I guess what I was interested in knowing, and hope that you have this, is we know that what's proposed here is a tax exemption of $639,000 over 10 years, so that's almost $64,000 a year. After that exemption, do we, and this might be a question that administration could better answer, like, do we have any sense of how much of a lift there's going to be in terms of the property tax that's going to be coming from that property?
I really don't, but definitely the taxes are your taxes go up if in relation to the condition of the building, as well as obviously of the existence of the building. So yes, the taxes will go up as a result of the work that's being done.
And do you have any sense, through the chair, do you have any sense of how much the value of that property is going to increase over the 10 years?
That's... Councillor Stadnicek, it's very hypothetical about the value of any
Okay.
property.
Well, I think it's part of the argument of why this is important, because you're going to be increasing the value of the property and hence the property tax.
But in terms of this property, I mean, it is eligible under the program because it's a designated property. And so I don't know that you want to approach this, property by property. I mean, a designated property surely is a designated property. And, but it's good for us, but it's also good for the city.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnicek. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. Just the last question. We talked about designation here, the actual nameplate or some history piece of how important heritage is. I don't see it in the policy where an owner or someone who actually gets this grant would have to publicize or showcase, so people understand if we're putting tax dollars to it, there should be some type of a display of education to the public. Do you agree with that?
You will absolutely love what we're going to do with it. We'll work with Regina Eco Museum, which is all about telling the stories of these places. And we'll be telling the story the same way that we did at the Frontenac with the telling the story of the building inside there. And we'll have the interpreting the Grey Cup was won for the first time in 1966 while this building was being built. We'll have a story of that in the lobby. And we'll also be, it'll be 60s furniture and 60s furnishings. So it'll be an exciting building and a big contributor to the vital revitalization of that street.
We totally agree with that comment and that thought, though. We've done that on our own on other buildings. Fortunately, some issues arose with that, with the bronze plaque, but it's being stolen. But if you remember that, but that idea, we've taken that up on our own regard. If that were to be part of the policy going forward, we think that that would be good.
We'd totally love that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I see no further questions. Gentlemen, thank you for coming forward. You can return to the gallery. I'd like
Thank you
to
very much.
invite Rhonda Newton to come forward, please.
Thank you.
Oh, she's online. Ms. Newton, can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, yes, we can. Could you please state your name, who you represent, and where you live, and you have 5 minutes to make your presentation, following which there may be questions from council.
Okay, so my name is Rhonda Newton. I'm the building manager at Sask Sport, which is at 1870 Lawrence Street in Regina. I'll just give you a little brief overview. So Sask Sport is undertaking a renovation to our building at 1870 Lawrence Street. We will be installing a vertical platform lift and barrier-free washrooms to make the main floor of our building accessible. We're also installing new handrails and other accessibility upgrades for those with low vision or visually impaired people. We have saved as much marble and other architectural details as possible in the front entrance and have worked very closely with the Provincial Heritage Conservation Branch to make sure that we follow policies regarding heritage designated properties. We did engage a local engineering firm and have also used local contractors in that to start the project. We have experienced a number of delays regarding suppliers, contracts, and other issues, and by completing this project, we will ensure the extension of the useful life of our building and help us to support and connect citizens with sport, culture, and recreation opportunities for many years to come. So are there any questions regarding our application?
Any questions from committee members for the delegation? Councillor Newton. Councillor Nelson, then Councillor Stadnichuk.
Okay. Just a quick question. The accessibility part behind the renovations that you're going to be doing, is this to address some of the issues that you've had with people coming into your building through the chair?
Yes, it is. We've had people in the past come, the staff actually have to meet people outside the office, or we've, in the past, way back in the years, I've been here for almost 40 years, we used to have to actually carry people in their wheelchairs, things like that, but we don't do that anymore. So this is to address those kind of issues that we've encountered over the years.
Absolutely. So this is to make it more accessible for people. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stadnichuk.
Thank you. Through the chair, this is the building where there's a lot of small nonprofits that have offices in there, is that correct?
That is correct, yes. We rent out space to nonprofit organizations and the sport, culture, and recreation organizations.
Okay. And will their tenancy be disrupted at all by any of the renovations, or do they have an alternate place to go?
They have an alternate door to go into. Yes, okay. Because we also own the building adjacent to this at 1860 Lawrence Street. So there is a door there as well. And we have a side door at 1870 Lawrence Street that they can access their offices there.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see no further questions from members of the committee. You may leave the line, Ms. Newton. Thank you for your presentation. Ms. Bryden, do you wish to introduce a report for the administration?
Thank you, through the chair. The city has provided grants and exemptions to encourage the conservation of designated properties since the initiation of a program in 1991. The program has been revised and updated since to respond to the changing needs and the high cost of conserving heritage properties. In 2014, the Heritage Incentive Policy was reviewed and Council approved an increase in the tax exemption for heritage properties from 5 to 10 years, and a removal of the monetary cap of $250,000 in the downtown and $150,000 outside downtown.
So, I said, go somewhere other than here.
I'm throwing my voice. Though successful, the heritage incentives had more impact on commercial and multifamily properties compared to single-family homes. In 2021, a review of the city's heritage conservation program was conducted by heritage consultant Donald Luxton and Associates. Through the review process, the consultant found that more flexible and responsive incentives would support stronger conservation outcomes. A reviewed heritage incentives policy was approved by Council in March of 2022. Among the recommendations in that report was an increased budget for cash grants, expansion of grant eligibility to include residential and commercial properties, and heritage inventory properties, and the introduction of small maintenance grants. The budget for cash grants in 2022 was set at $150,000 and is proposed within the 2023 budget to increase to $250,000. The first call for applications under the new policy has been a success, with 10 applications from important heritage resources, including some well known to Council and the public, like the Cook residence. The projects described in Appendix A represent a total of $2.25 million in investment in heritage conservation, and that number will grow significantly when expenses incurred through the projects that are not eligible for heritage incentives are included. Maintained heritage properties provide variety in streetscapes and tangible connections to history within Regina's neighborhoods. At a time when the city is focused on revitalization and renewal of core areas, preservation of existing heritage assets is an important strategy that complements those encouraging new development and retrofits. To be eligible for incentives, properties must be designated as heritage property by the city or by the province of Saskatchewan, or part of the city's heritage inventory. All of the properties recommended for incentives in this report have been deemed eligible. Administration is recommending approval of heritage conservation incentives for the properties before you, and we are ready to address any concerns you may have.
Thank you very much. Could I ask a member of the committee to move the report with the amendment as follows? To Table 1, Heritage Incentive requested for 2022 and the financial impact section of the report as outlined in the attached memo from the Director of Planning and Development Services dated November 28, 2022. Members of Council have that memo. Can I get a member of Council to move the report with the amendment? Thank you very much, Ms. Stadnicek. Councillor Stadnicek, you have the floor.
Deputy Mayor, my only question is regarding the table, and there are two properties that have both major grant and tax exemption listed there, and I just wanted to get clarification on that because I thought it was an either-or proposition. So through the chair.
Thank you. Through the chair, no, it is not. They're eligible for both a grant and an exemption.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor LeBlanc.
I would just ask that we be able to vote on 2121 15th Avenue separately, if that's possible.
2121 15th Avenue. Yes, we can.
Thank you.
The Mayor.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. Thanks for the report, and I would probably concur with the delegation that the program would appear to be a success given the number of applications. And so rather than relitigate the entire policy that's been approved just this year, I just have a question about the heritage inventory grants. I feel like maybe this one slipped past me. Why would we include something that's not designated as being eligible for grants?
Ms. Pride.
Through the chair. So the heritage policy was set up to establish and encourage the keeping, if you will, of older properties, which is a benefit to the community. Specifically, opening up exemptions and grants to encourage properties to stay on the list and perhaps become designated. I'll ask Ms. Hill if she would like to add further detail.
Thanks. Through you, Deputy Mayor, exactly as Ms. Bryden had described, the intent is to ensure that all properties that have been identified by the city as having heritage value have the opportunity to benefit from incentives and therefore to also be investing in that maintenance and preservation of their properties. We did have some examples coming forward to council from the inventory that were not protected formally through designation that had been allowed to deteriorate quite badly, and so this was intended to address that issue and try to provide some smaller level of support for those properties for maintenance.
Thank you. Is there a limit to the amount of grant a property on the inventory list can it access?
Through you, Ms. Hill?
Yeah, it's for a maintenance grant, it's up to 50% of the eligible maintenance cost to a maximum grant amount of $2,500. And for major grants, it's up to 25% of eligible conservation work to a maximum grant amount of $50,000.
Yeah, and I'm going to suggest that if we have a cap, and again, you have a cap on the amount of funding that's available for grants, and so to allow major grants to go to properties not designated heritage, you still think that we should be paying for people's renovations when they don't want to actually pursue designation?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, so there's the opportunity as well to for prioritization through the administrations and the sector reference groups review. So there is lively conversation at that table around how to prioritize these investments. In this case, and I think partly because of the small window that we had for applications and the first time that we've had this program, we were able to accommodate the requests through the available funding with some shift over to tax exemptions. And so, but as we anticipate more applications coming forward, we'll need to be increasingly ruthless around that prioritization, I suspect.
Okay, thank you. And just curious, we have an inventory list. Has the entire inventory list been reviewed? I think there was under review. Have we more to review?
Through the chair, yes. There is still work occurring on that review. And Ms. Hill, do you want to provide an update?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Masters. I believe that we're about halfway through the evaluation of those properties. So we started with over 200. And so gradually working through that list, about 40 properties at a time. And we'll be looking at tendering that work again in the new year for a consultant to support us.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Appreciate that. Through the chair, so is there any possibility that the ones that are not designated, that are only on the inventory list, get removed off the inventory list, but we've now invested in them as heritage?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I think that it's possible that they would be, so the way that we would determine that a property might be removed from the list is either through designation or through typically a request to be removed or a demolition permit. And in the past, when council has viewed those requests to be removed from the list, the property has typically had to, the owner has had to articulate why their property does not have heritage value, and there's been quite a strenuous process around that. And so I'd suggest that we would not be looking, if properties are in a situation where they're not conveying that heritage value, they're also not going to be prioritized for incentives in the process that we're undertaking now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Bresciani.
So one of the questions that I did ask the delegation, and I did ask the last time this was here, was about looking at some kind of, if it's deemed heritage, significantly promotes our heritage here and what's important about this building or this parcel, why in the policy is there nothing that the owner would have to display on their property? Because number one, it's about education, it's about awareness of how important these heritage buildings are, and number three, where they are in our city. So can I ask where that is or why it's not in there?
Ms. Bryden, do you want to take this?
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. So when the policy was created, it was really created to encourage heritage conservation. And so we were trying not to put things in place that might be seen as a barrier, as an obstacle. And I understand a plaque doesn't sound like a barrier or an obstacle, but it could be for someone's residence or that kind of thing. Heritage Regina, or there has been conversation that perhaps the city fund plaques for those properties, but that could get quite costly. We can certainly take that away and have a conversation about whether we propose that kind of an amendment to the policy. I can get Ms. Hill to fill in some gaps, which I'm sure I've left.
Councilor Brashani.
Ms. Hill, is she?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So this is a conversation that has been, we've been having for some time with Heritage Regina's role around the heritage assets in the city, or partner with the city on that, but they're obviously very effective at it, and very strong advocates for additional physical markers. They have undertaken some of that work themselves through the Cultural Trailway program, and so they have markers that are set on those properties that form part of that, of those tours. And we'll continue to look at additional options, as Ms. Bryden has said, for how we might add that additional activation of the public realm as well, so that people understand what they're seeing and how that relates to Regina's history. I want to mention too that we do have some virtual tools that we're continuing to work on as well within the digital maps and so on, where we might be able to add more information and support for people taking tours and visiting those spots.
I'd like to push this a little further. I'm a little bit frustrated when we're going to give up tax dollars, so we're, tax revenue, obviously, to heritage, which I absolutely support. We need to make sure that we've got our heritage buildings and they're being looked after. But I really have a concern when we as administration say, well, you know what, we may take it on as a city. We shouldn't take it on as a city. We've given them a tax abatement. We've given them, reimbursing them for some of the work they're doing. That would be a huge piece to say, you know what, we're in partnership to do this. I believe in this heritage building that I'm going to be renovating or doing. And as we heard from the delegations, they see that would I guess, to leave it to administration to look at and say, well, how do we do this? I would still wonder what would be the concern when they're getting tax dollars to make their building beautiful for heritage. So, and I'll just say, I lived in Quebec City, tons of beautiful buildings, but there was always a sign that was just even a little thing to say, St. Charles building and whatever. That should be something that should be on the owner that is getting these incentives. And I'd like a response from administration.
Ms. Bryden?
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. So currently it's not part of the policy, but we can certainly look at having that, the policy amended and add that in.
Okay. So would that have to be an amendment, or is that?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Buildings are to be promoted. Would you give that undertaking?
Sorry, Councillor Stephanie, no, it's not an undertaking, it's a directive that I would like to see it in the policy, not asking them to come back with anything.
And you need a motion.
then I would ask that, I'll just make the motion that I would like to see a heritage designation nameplate or whatever, something to designate heritage buildings when they seek grants and, I guess, dollars from the city. It's important for education and awareness, and if it's true heritage, we should be sharing that.
Thank you very much. That motion is on the floor. I'll take speakers to the amendment. Any any committee member wish to speak to the mayor?
Councillor Bresciani, could we have a number come back for what the standard cost of that might be, so we have that understood before we approve the amendment? Do you think that could go away in terms of, and I know there are some plaques out in the city, and the only reason I say that, if it costs $1,000 because it's made of bronze or whatnot, and a grant is $2,500, that seems a little kooky to me. So would you be willing to have it come back for costing, and I'm not sure in short order, but.
Yeah.
So perhaps I can ask the administration two things. One, do they have sufficient clarity here to respond? Two, can they address the mayor's point? And three, what time frame would you be looking at to discharge this?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. I think what we would do is we would just come back with a report in Q1 that would outline costs, perhaps some different options, like if it's a grant up to so many $100, maybe they don't have to do it, or like to do some comparisons so that you would have a full understanding, because we would need to make a change in the policy, which is a council-approved policy, so we'd come back at that time.
Yeah,
So I
that's
want to ask the mayor that address your concern. Councilor
I'm fine with
Bresciani,
that.
that addresses your concern?
Yeah, thank you.
Are there any other committee members who wish to comment on the amendment?
Sounds like we've got someone.
Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, can I get you to put the question on the amendment?
Deputy Mayor, the amendment has passed in a vote of 8-1. All those members present voting in favor include Councillors Nelson, Stadnichuk, Stevens, Mancinelli, Bresciani, Fundura, Mayor Masters, and yourself. Councillor Blanc has voted against it. Councillor Zakidniak has temporarily stepped away from the meeting.
Thank you, Clerk. Mayor Masters on the main motion.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Chair. I just have a math question. If I look at 2125 15th Avenue and a tax exemption over 10 years, it's roughly $63,000 a year. Do you, in the report, and I apologize if I missed it, what is the current property taxes that they pay?
Through the chair, actually, I don't have that information. Ms. Hill?
Mr. Lacey, do you have that information?
I think Ms. Hill has that.
Go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Master, or Deputy Mayor, it's just under $98,000 annually.
So currently they pay $98,000, and the program that's been approved by council would allow them a $63,000 tax deduction for an investment of $1.3 million. Got that math right?
I think the total value of the exemption is, sorry, I'm
$639,037.62, right? So $63,000 a year.
Yeah.
Right? Out of $98,000. So it's not zero in property tax, but sorry, it's a policy question. So the idea is that if there's a $639,000 allowable tax exemption based upon the investment happening, that we would always spread it over the 10-year time frame.
Ms. Bryden?
Through you, yes, I believe that's correct.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thanks, Mayor. Are there any other questions or comments on the main motion? Seeing none? Correct. Thank you very much for reminding me. We're voting on the main motion, absent 2121 15th, which is the Prince Charles Apartment. We'll vote on that separately at the end. Thank you, Clerk.
Deputy Mayor, with respect to the motion to vote on everything with the exception of 2121 15th Avenue, the motion passes 9-0 with all members present voting in favor.
Thank you, Clerk. Could we please, we'll have the vote on 2121 15th.
Deputy Mayor, with the motion respecting 2121 15th Avenue, the motion carries in a vote of 7-2. Those voting in favor are Councillor Stadnichuk, Stevens, Mancinelli, Bresciani, Findura, Mayor Masters, and yourself. And those members voting against are Councillors Nelson and LeBlanc.
Thank you very much, Clerk. We'll move to EX 22-132, Development Charges Rate Review. I'd like to call on Delegation Stu Niebergall. Mr. Niebergall, could you please state your name, the organization you represent, your residence, and your 5 minutes, and there may be questions afterwards.
Excellent. Thank you. Stu Niebergall, and I'm the President and CEO of the Regina and Region Home Builders Association. I'd first of all like to start by welcoming our new city manager, Nikki Anderson, on behalf of the association. As a transplant myself from Alberta back in '92, I can attest that Regina has only given me ever a fantastic life experience, and I hope it does the same for you. My comments, you've had a lot of delegates today, and so my comments on the 2023 development charge rates will be very brief. Our association is in full support of the city administration's recommendation. We believe we have a very good working relationship with the city administration on this item and are looking very forward to the development charge and policy review in 2023. My main purpose today was to just make myself available if you had any direct questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Niebergall. Are there any questions for Mr. Niebergall on the motion? Seeing none?
There we go.
Oh. Councilor Findura. You got to come back. Councilor Findura was a bit slow on the button there.
Just know, John, if you ask a question, it's harder for me to then be brief, right?
That's okay.
You know that.
That's all right, I do. I can't let you go without talking to you. Previous times where the changes were done, your association was always supportive of what this means to you. So this price, the number, 319, what does that mean to you? How does that translate to how the community is going to manage building out?
Yeah, I think the first item to really understand around development charges is that they're really based on the tenets that growth pays for growth. And when you build something new, you create additional servicing demands. And so developers should pay for whatever incremental needs their projects are creating. And while this model does not recognize the benefits of growth to the larger community, it is a model we have worked under since 2007. However, what growth pays for growth is not intended to do is to pay for improvements to existing services. If new development was to shut off entirely And if development charges revenue were to be zero, there shouldn't actually be any funding issues to existing services. Nobody should be complaining about lost revenue, as there's no need for additional revenue. There is no growth to fund, and all existing services are being adequately funded by the residents who already use them. The model that we've used up till 2000 and up to this point here has been based on a lot of assumptions that came out of a high growth period and the end of a period that was slowing. And today a lot of those assumptions are now changing. And it needs to change this particular model. And at least that has to be understood and reviewed. So the increase in the model today of that's in front of you of 7.5%, I mean, we kind of recognize that, it's consistent with the inflationary pressures that we are facing on a whole bunch of fronts. But it also provides, in the recommendation, a couple of years, really 2023 and into 2024, for this proper and more fulsome review of the model to occur without, providing an electric shock to the system. The reality is, the model was designed around, 80 hectares per year, and it's been years since we've seen. I couldn't even tell you when we had over 20 hectares, serviced within that given year. And even at 319, I think I don't think that will be a blockage, but it certainly isn't a number that will be inspiring more subdivisions to be moving forward for application. Other than pieces that are somewhat in the funnel already.
Mr. Nugal, thank you very much.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilor Ventura. Councilor Bresciani.
Mr. Navargo for coming forward. Nothing more important than service agreement fees.
Right, yes.
I want to ask you, this model is obviously not working. And I want to know from your perspective, from representing developers, what they're saying as to our model that we have used for the last, I'm going to say since I've been elected in 16, right. When I hear what we're hearing from administration, I want to hear from you as the representative from the developers as regarding to the service agreement fees and what we're up against now.
Mr. Niebergall.
Yeah, again, I think the model has worked somewhat up to this particular point. Again, it was born out of a time of great growth. If you look at the StatsCan number from 2011 to 2016, and then look at the Stats Canada numbers from 2016 till now, I mean, our population growth is cut in half. And in fact, if you dig a little bit deeper into that, in the last 5 years, for every person who our population has grown in Regina, Saskatoon's growing by 1.7 people, Winnipeg's growing by 4 people, Calgary's growing by 7.1 people, and Edmonton's growing by 7.8 people. So when we look at it at the more macro level, and seeing the growth patterns in the country, we're of the position that Regina is certainly not getting its fair portion of population growth here, and that's of course a much bigger discussion than service agreement fees. But I think during a time of slow growth that we're facing, and through the review that's occurring, I think it's a really good opportunity to have a good discussion about what growth is funding and what growth is not funding. And so if the revenues aren't coming in because new subdivisions aren't occurring, and those applications aren't coming in, and the city still needs, the funding from the reserves to fund infrastructure projects, are those infrastructure projects truly growth related? And I think that's the circle we have to square and the opportunity that can happen over the next 2 years.
Okay. In our service agreement model, we typically were looking at water and wastewater as the majority of these projects. Transportation was down in the bucket for the last, even if they came up, there was very few that did. We're seeing impacts, and I'll just use an example, Arcola Avenue. With this impact here, we're seeing it now being pushed another 2 years out, with many Fs on that. How does this service agreement model that we're now still only increasing it at a 7.5 or whatever % just for inflation, how do you see that benefits anyone?
Well, I think again that, the key to the item, to the discussion here, ultimately has to come down to, the growth pays for growth model and, what that's covering. And, here in Saskatchewan, different than many other jurisdictions, the Planning and Development Act by the province really does keep that quite constrained to the items that you had mentioned. Again, with the intention that if growth's not occurring, and the city still needs the investment in this infrastructure of those truly growth-related projects. And I think Arcola Avenue is a really good example of that. I mean, I live just off of Arcola Avenue, so I drive that every day multiple times to work and back. And so I feel the pressures on that road, and I hear the comments. Yet, at the same time in my own life over this city, the expansion of growth in that area has added 5 minutes each way to my life, kind of thing. So, I mean, again, it's that balance of service to our community that we need to figure out. I believe the solution in the model for that is a $70 million solution, what's been put in there. And, is that ultimately a good investment to take 5-10 minutes, off of my commute times? I mean, that's for the city and this council to figure out. But those are the things that I think we need to sort out in this review. I think another example of, the south part of the city and, with development on the, northwest corner, and I want to be very careful, I'm not speaking for the developer on this behalf and my own perspective, but the wastewater solution for that is over, $200 million, right? And it has a really big impact to the south part of the city. Yet for, a neighborhood along Harbor Landing to be able to just pipe directly to the wastewater treatment plant would be a $35 million solution, right? So again, I think that's the question that we need to now take time to figure out what is truly growth-related and what is not. And back when the model was really, getting embedded in the system in 2013 and 2015, again, the industry probably had much more flexibility or palatability to it because, again, the market was full, the market was busy, right? And so property values were increasing, so some of that could be absorbed. Today with interest rates, just as an example, PST rebate is coming off of new housing on March 31st. I mean, there is nothing but upward pressure on prices to construct right now. So, any changes to the service agreement fee model, it's going to go directly into the cost of a new home. That is just as simple as that could be. And, if I look at the number that the report just kind of mentions in there, which isn't a recommendation, but like a $632,000 hectare fee, just to put it into context, I mean, that would add at least $700 to a front foot on a lot. So on a 30-foot lot, that's 20,000 more dollars, right? Again, these are price points that other markets may be able to handle, but, right now where margins are for our industry, I just think it just will end up with a lack of investment that's already fairly minimal.
Right. My last question is, with looking at these service agreement fees and the projects, would not safety be flagged other than just, as you indicated, drive time in minutes? Safety would be one of the major flags for some of these these SAF projects? Should that not be a priority, is my question.
Yeah, I mean, I think ultimately, the industry, regardless of its view on things, on these issues, I mean, we just ultimately build what you allow us to build, right? You control all the design guidelines, you control all the regulations, you control all the development charges, et cetera, et cetera. We could go on with that last list, that long list, and, the industry just makes a decision whether to invest, right up to the point of demand or past the point of demand. So, I mean, I think when it comes down to the issues of safety, I mean, the administration, when it's designing its roadway network, when it's, designing its water retention, et cetera, those infrastructure services are already accounting, for that in their systems, or at least that would be my assumption.
Okay, no, I was going back to traffic on Arcola,
Oh,
but
yeah.
I'll leave it there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, understood.
Thank you very much. 1, 2, 3. Councilor Mancinelli.
Thank you very much. Through you, Deputy Mayor. Growth pays for growth, I've heard it many times. Don't know, doesn't seem to actually work out. Looking at Regina and the fact that we've grown in all corners of the city, I have numerous councillors who are colleagues who have subdivisions with no schools. I myself represent 2 schools without a subdivision. Just looking at the costs of developing in the different corners of the city and the pressures you talk about for the people that you represent, in rethinking this matter, do you think it's wise to charge the same SAF rate throughout every corner of the city, even though costing may be different from different corners? Part 1 of the question. And part 2, as we unwind this knot we find ourselves in, to continue development in all corners of the city, do you and your membership feel that's a wise move, or do we have to rejig the deck?
I got to go to a note for a sec here. And the reason why is I was asked by a councillor to provide some thoughts, and we shared this with the administration, more related to the OCP than this subject. But I think there are some items. I mean, really, what you're talking about there, it's connected to the to the SAF, but in some ways it's outside of that discussion. It's really about the growth plan, right? Because that's really what the question relates to, and how you balance off the growth plan to, consumer preference, within the marketplace. And I think that's an area within the industry that, there is, less consensus through the development community. But, and the different perspectives on that are going to be about more related to an unrealistic growth plan, to a serviceability and affordability of the growth plan, and also the perspective of, growth plan hindering investment. Those would be the 3 pieces that I think kind of capture different viewpoints within the industry. And again, while the city administration is looking at the SAF model, at the same time anticipating an OCP review over this next period of time. Again, I think it's the opportunity for some really good discussion on that. And again, I think we're very fortunate and have a privileged place in this city compared to many cities I work with, or, have been engaged with my counterparts across the country, is that we do have a good working relationship with this administration, and so I believe we can work through those items. But that might be an area where you don't get consensus from the industry, because from the development community, they're all in different stages of their development, and they're competitors, right? And so again, that will take some significant work to do. But today's SAF rate is not the tool to sort that all out.
Understood. Just to make sure I understood your answer properly,
Yeah.
being that it does weight decisions, having development in all corners of the city isn't as big a deal. Affordability of what we present to the public going forward is going to be the big cinching point as we start to unwind this knot. And I think that's pretty much what I took out of your answer. Did I pick that up correctly?
Well, again, I think, want to share one last thought about development charges overall. And I think there's a wrong way to think about development charges, and I think there's a right way to think about development charges. And, for many cities, I think they think about this the wrong way, and that is lower development charges is going to impact my quality of life and the existing services that I enjoy. I may have to pay higher property taxes. The point should not be that there's an operating shortfall that existing taxpayers maybe or can't afford to pay. I think the right way to think about development charges is that they're for the sole purpose to fund growth-related upgrades needed to support new and more housing in our community. And we need more housing in the future, and we need to make sure the development charges are for growth-related investments only to actually protect the affordability and the attainability of that future housing.
Okay, I appreciate that answer. One final question. if you'll
Make
indulge.
it short, okay, because you're cutting into the break.
Okay. Different parts of the city with the different assets they need to facilitate the growth we talk about have different price tags attached.
Yeah.
If we do it in all corners, we have to plan for expansion in all corners of the city at the same time as we're presently doing. As there's more pressure on monetary from all sides, inflation, taxes, everything we all feel as people in this country, and as we have to
Can we
rejig
get
this
to the
growth
question,
plan.
please?
Yeah, I'm giving the,
I want the question.
okay, but when you interrupt me, I forgot everything I was going to ask, so just give me a second to get my wits back about me, and I'll get right back on it.
Fast.
I can't when you do that. Quit. With all the pressures coming forward and having to rejig this plan, will you be reaching out to the membership to find out if they're more interested in affordability of future growth or in access to all the different amenities offered throughout the corners of the city? What seems to make things tick, I think, would be the question that you could take back if you would. Would you take that question back?
Yeah, I think that's will be a really important question for us to take back to our industry. And like I described earlier, you're probably going to get lots of different perspectives on that.
Thank you.
But we'll try to make some sense out of it for you.
Okay, I got to quit talking for Bob Yells.
Thank you very much, Councilor Masinelli. Thank you, the delegation. We'll adjourn for 15 minutes. When we come back, we'll put the main motion for debate. gentlemen, I'd like to call the meeting to order. We'll now consider EX 22-132, development charges. Could I have a committee member move the motion, please? Thank you, Mr. Councilor Mancinelli. Floor is yours for questions and comments. I forget this all the time. Thank you. The administration would like to introduce the report now that we have a mover.
Thank you. Through the chair. The city's current growth plan to reach a population of 300,000 requires investment in major infrastructure, both in preparation for growth and to maintain level of service as growth proceeds. Development charges are a financial tool that the city uses to help fund these investments and costs. Projects funded through development charges are included in the current development charges model and policy, which was adopted in 2015. The model is intended to manage cash flows for projects and administration fees and to ultimately calculate rates to help ensure the city has sufficient funds to support growth while maintaining a reasonable level of debt. Annually, projects are reviewed with development industry stakeholders as part of a larger rate review process, which calculates rates to recommend to City Council for the following calendar year. During the 2022 rate review process, concerns related to the model became evident. These were specific to past rate reviews, forecasts, and assumptions within the model. Some examples include relying on outdated population forecasts to determine project need and timing rather than basing project timing and need on actual growth rates. Using an assumption that 80 hectares per year of land would be subdivided to forecast development charge revenue in the model, even though the city's averaged much less, approximately 21 hectares per year since 2016. And not applying inflation to project costs in the model, applying the 30% OCP intensification target to split the cost between many projects with a shared benefit between the established area and greenfield area, as opposed to using actual growth rates for these areas to determine funding splits, and then some other general model maintenance and technical updates. If the concerns are not addressed, it is conservatively estimated that the model will reach a deficit of up to $400 million over its remaining lifespan. As such, the city is committed to a comprehensive review of the development charge model and policy openly and transparently. In relation to the review of the model and policy, work is underway. Administration recognizes that this matter is very important to the city and to our community, our stakeholders. The review is complex, and over the next year, administration will provide quarterly updates to council and stakeholders, as well as bring specific decision items as needed, with the intention to have some solid and specific decisions and action items for the end of the year. While the review occurs, it's recommended that City Council set a 2023 rate based on the 2022 rate with an inflationary factor of 7.5% applied. The recommended rate aims to encourage development to proceed in the city while the review is underway and aligns with the rates in effect over the past couple of years. Before we open for questions, I'll refer Council to Appendix E, which is Development Charge Funded Capital Project Deferrals. As part of this report, administration recommends that projects listed be deferred for approximately a year, possibly two. The recommended deferrals are intended to minimize debt within the model from $130 million down to $96 million. And we feel that the risks associated with delaying these projects are low compared to the financial risk of proceeding ahead of the review completion. Should Council approve this report and defer some capital projects as outlined in Appendix E, $1 million in current contributions associated with those projects would not be required in 2023. Administration will work with the clerk's office to ensure these adjustments are brought forward for council's consideration and approval as part of its consideration of the proposed 2023-2024 budget on December 14th. Thank you. Myself and many staff are here to answer any questions you might have.
Mancinelli moved the motion, so Councillor Mancinelli, you have the floor for questions and comments as you wish.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the information. Very disappointed to hear where the funding's headed towards. With that in mind, and it being not only Christmas but budget season, appreciate deferrals of some projects. Were there any projects that made it forward to budget that where consideration was given in the same manner as being maybe not the right time? If so, what were they? What else has been on the table? This looks like a huge shortfall.
Thank you through the chair. So as administration was reviewing the projects, I think it's important to understand that we still need to proceed with some work so that we can be ahead of development, so to speak, right? A lot of these bigger projects, we need to have pipes in the ground, et cetera, before we can actually build out. So the projects that were selected for deferral were those that could be delayed without significantly impacting shorter term new growth and development in both remaining Phase 1 lands and in established areas such as the city centre. And then there was also some projects that were delayed, could not be delayed due to existing agreements with other agencies like the water treatment plant expansion and Buffalo Water Treatment Plant. And also we took into consideration construction coordination concerns. So for an example, twinning of the main pump station along Broad Street from Dewdney to Sask Drive. So delaying that project would increase the risk of failure of the existing main and not completing the work at the same time as road renewal, which would require re-excavation of a paved road along Broad Street. So I think administration took a fairly strategic approach to the projects that we were recommending for delaying, and I don't know if Karen would have anything further to add. Or
Thank you. Appreciate you finding what's going on and bringing it to our attention, and I'll cede the floor to any other questions.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stevens.
Deborah, you've presented to us some pretty important reports in the past that I would always set aside for reflection down the road because they were of significance. This is one of them. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding what's happening here. In 2016, during my council indoctrination process, I was told by administration and industry that we have a growth pays for growth model. It's isolated to capital, not operational expenses. So what I'm hearing now is that model is inaccurate in terms of the numbers, and if we were to actually abide by the growth pays for growth model principle, that the SAF fee for residential would be $632,000 per hectare. Is that correct?
Thank you, through the chair. So I think that based on what the model is using right now to calculate rates, yeah, that would be correct. What I think the important message is here is that the assumptions in the model aren't correct. For example, we haven't been developing at a rate of 80 hectares a year, and likely will not reach a population of 300,000 by 2040. So I'm not going to tell you it's a simple answer because there isn't, it's not a simple answer. This is a pretty complex piece of work. And yeah, so can growth pay for growth? I think in the context of development, yeah, sure, but not where we're at right now with the particular assumptions that we are using in this model.
Thank you. And through the chair, just to be clear, this came up in a remark that was brought forward, in the model that we're using, there was no inflationary indexing or anticipating inflation. Is that correct?
Thank you, through the chair. That appears to be correct, yes.
Can I ask why that is? Was it just because we were in a low inflation period for a long time and we never thought it'd be a big deal? I just want to know the thought process.
You know what? Thank you, through the chair. I can't speak for previous administration. That's quite likely what might have happened. I think that didn't occur necessarily every year, but there were certainly some years where that did occur.
Okay. And thankfully, your team identified a flaw in 2022. Would it be fair to say that the flaw became apparent in 2022, or was there thought that the actual numbers were out of whack since we first constructed this model, I think, 2007?
Through the chair. So again, I can't speak for previous administration. I'm not aware of what was known prior to my stepping into this role, really.
That's fair. Now we're keeping the rate where it's at, indexed to inflation, because we don't want to stall growth. Greenfield expansion particularly, which we also know based on the model finally that it's not paying for growth. Tell me if I'm off track here, but is this growth model just not a Ponzi scheme where we plug gaps and fill holes in the infrastructure deficit by constantly expanding? And so as soon as we stop expanding, that gap becomes apparent, and then we see a structural flaw in the actual model. So it seems like we're banking on perpetual growth, and so we're keeping rates low. But doesn't that just perpetuate the problem we know that exists?
So, thank you, through the chair. I certainly wouldn't refer to the model or the SAF model or process or policy as a Ponzi scheme. I think there's some pretty detailed work that goes into the projects that are required to help grow our city. Again, this isn't a simple kind of a model. There's all kinds of different aspects that we can look at as we go through this. It's very complex. Population growth, development, all of those things. And so there is no simple answer. And we're going to look at those pieces and do our best to bring some solid work. We will bring back a solid proposal for you to consider for future development and growth.
Okay, thank you. In terms of how we anticipate costs, one thing I have heard, and please confirm or reject this, from an engineer is that there are increased costs from a water utility model with expansion and growth in the east versus the west simply because of its distance from, the water treatment facility and so on. Is that now accounted for, and would we adjust how we grow based on an understanding that it's actually more expensive to grow in one part of the city than another?
Thanks, through the chair. So again, there are different ways we can approach, There are different ways we can approach an SAF, a servicing agreement fee model and policy. Different cities do it different ways. We've been talking with different cities that have been undergoing a review. And that is potential to look at the cost of actual development in different areas of the city.
Thank you. In terms of the deficit, call it that, if it's not the right term, just correct me, but one response in the report is that we're just going to defer certain projects. I always worry about that because I think history is showing us, and Mr. Lacey has presented a report that suggests that doesn't pay off. Things just become more expensive. So how then do we pay for what we need to construct if the SAF model is not financing it? I'm not sure if I'm reading it correctly, but would it then be debt financing in some respects that we would use to cover the gap?
Through the chair, I might defer this one to Mr. Lacey.
Mr. Lacey?
So, through you, Deputy Mayor, and so you're referring to this gap that we've currently identified? So what you have here is a gap between projects being undertaken and the need to pay for those projects and the revenue coming in. And so really there's essentially two ways to pay for that. One would be debt. The other would be to cover that through your internal cash flow management. So you could call it internal financing of those projects. And so, you know, historically we've had positive cash flows in the range of 300 plus, which is part of what drives some of our investment income. And so what is being proposed here while this review is underway is that we would finance essentially that gap with internal cash. The implication of that is that likely your investment income over those years will be reduced because you'll have less to invest. But I think in the short term is what we're proposing to do, to undertake financing of that gap. And we believe that we will have sufficient cash flow flexibility to do that while this review is being undertaken to get to a more permanent go-forward solution and recommendations to council.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask, would this then put additional pressure on utility reserves and the utility funding model? All of a sudden there's a number of new projects that are being financed in ways that previously we had assumed would be paid for through SAFs. You've instructed us very clearly, we don't have a pot of money sitting around that we're just waiting to spend, right? So does this put any pressure on money we've already saved through reserves, through the utility model, et cetera, that would have otherwise been financed through the SAFs?
So through you, Deputy Mayor, I think we believe we have sufficient cash flow to fund our projects throughout the time period in which this review is going to be undertaken.
In terms of the review, and I say this respectfully, whenever we hear comments about the SAFs, it's the industry and administration. And clearly one side has a vested interest in projecting a particular picture. Administration is supposed to provide unbiased, objective accounts. Can we get some assurance that independent planners, engineers, economists, and others are part of this review? Because the perception that I see is that industry comes in, you shake hands, you come together with an agreement that both sides work out, but I'd like to see independent planners and others projected in the actual model. Is that going to happen?
Through the chair. So as we go through this review, we're talking to other jurisdictions that have actually recently done it. We're not going to try and reinvent the wheel. Okay. And we definitely will be consulting with an external engineer and in terms of how we can do the best model and policy for Regina.
Okay, thank you. Is there any way that you could furnish council before the council meeting where this is discussed with any information about the operational cost associated with greenfield growth? We have big picture capital forecasting, but the additional cost of buses and road maintenance, et cetera, can that be something you provide to council?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm not sure we can put that together. That's a pretty big...
Just curious if you had it.
Yeah, I don't have that.
Okay. I guess my final comment is I'm inclined to vote against the recommendation for the reasons that you've actually put forward and go with the option that has a growth pace for growth model. But I'll listen to what others say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilor Regina.
Thank you very much. So for years, we've been hearing that the service agreement model, when you try and understand, it's very, very confusing, hard to understand. Obviously, it was hard for our staff as well, because we were obviously, again, I appreciate you catching this. You've indicated we'll be reaching out to other cities. I've heard many times service agreement fees are much lower in Saskatoon. I want to ensure that we are looking at our sister city when we are actually, this is where the comparison happens. Developers come here, they go there, they say, hey, guess what? I'm out, I'm going there. I want that, and I want their model to be looked at. What do they see? Compare apples to apples. I've always heard from administration, we're not comparing apples, they do it differently. I want to understand what they do and how, what versus and what we're going to recommend. I want to ask also, you've indicated it's going to take 2 years for this. Why 2 years? If we're not going to we're going to kind of take some from other jurisdictions, we're not going to reinvent the wheel. Why not just a year to come up? Because again, if we're deferring projects for 2 years, that's huge. So is there an opportunity for, I guess I'd like your feedback as to why 2 years? Through
So,
you,
thank
Deputy
you,
Mayor.
through the chair. I appreciate that comment. Initially, we talked 2 years. It's, like I said, I'm not going to hide it. This is a lot of work. And I think my intention is that we will be coming forward within like the year. We will certainly be reporting to council on a regular basis, quarterly, as to where we're at and bringing decision items forward. Depending on what some of those decisions are, it may take longer. Or if, I guess that's really the crux of it. If we're going to completely change what we're doing and how we address things, then we're going to have to talk about bridging from where we are to where we're going. So I'm committing to certainly doing an extensive amount of work this year. And again, depending on what some of the decisions are that come before council and the decisions that are made, that will have an impact on how quickly we can implement a new model and policy.
Okay, thank you for that. The question is just exactly what you said is kind of bridging. So we just can't flip this all over and turn it upside down and start anew, because I remember the conversation with Coopertown. I asked that question, why are we developing in all four corners of the city? Well, it's to give buyers an option. Okay, well, we see that probably has failed, but it's no different than putting housing in every different area, because we have to have supports and mechanisms and everything else in every other area of the city. So we start looking at these things, and I'll use Councillor Stevens' example, the east. It's more expensive to develop in the east. We've got a small area left to develop in that east. We've got schools to go in that phase 3 lands. And if we stop that now, the schools are overflowing, it would be a disaster to stop in that corner. And there's not very much land there to finish. So all of those considerations, when you say to talk about kind of that whole overlap or communication, has to be ongoing to see that we're moving in the right direction and in the direction that we were kind of, because I mean, we just can't stop, because I'll tell you, there's many other impacts that would affect that, and schools would be one. I want to just also to service agreement fees, and I've asked this many times over. Service agreement fees from a developer, when I speak with them, they say that, you know what, these fees go out and the city uses them to sprinkle them over in different projects. And I'll use Wascana Pool as one. Councillor Flagel asked this question, I asked this question, how is that a growth? How would our developers in new areas have to fund Wascana Pool? Well, 30% had to go into that pool. No, that's an infrastructure, that's a city responsibility. But again, those monies are taken from there to be used in some of these projects. And then we don't have enough for these growth projects that are actually growth projects. So again, that needs to be looked at. How does the city use this pot to sprinkle them around to their advantage? And then the last point is regards to the projects that are being deferred. The number 105, transportation, the Southeast Roadway, capacity solution. I don't know how we've come to the solution that we have brought all of the Southeast into one little bundle now and saying that we're going to now push this all out for 2025. That was something when I was back in 16 and 17, it was in the capital plan to see these go forward. Then all of a sudden, when they did the functional study, well, then that just threw and stopped everything. So now we're saying, well, let's just move that again out to 2025. Who knows, it may get to 26, 27. I've got police, I've got fire, I've got EMS that are on us to say, do something with Arcola Avenue, even just the signalization pieces. I want to be assured that in 1 year when this comes back, that I've got a response to, and I don't care if it's accidents, if it's, because I'll tell you, if there's a fatality there, we're going to answer for that. So can I, in 1 year, will that be, that'll be the report or something that will come back on? I would like to know exactly where, if that will be considered in, you know, as you come back in a year.
Yes, thank you through the chair. Yes, that'll be part of the review of the projects.
Okay, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilor Brasciani, the mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you. Do you have any insight into why the assumptions, variables were as they were?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Sir Chair. Through the chair, no, I don't. I understand that, you know, servicing agreement fees are very important in the community. Lots of pressure from political powers, from developers, everything to keep rates down. But I don't know why things were done. I think maybe part of it was maybe not a full, complete understanding of the whole model and the impacts on our finances, but I don't know for sure.
So you don't have the answer for why this year it's been identified and not in the previous 6? If it's a model and you're just plugging numbers in, is there an answer for that?
Well, you know, through the chair, you know, partly that could be just new people looking at it with different sets of eyes, asking different questions.
Ms. Braden, you've heard me say this before about the city in terms of some elements of our existing infrastructure or the idea of planning for growth and having to pay for it. That we seem to not want to take responsibility for it, that we offload it onto others, onto SAFEs, onto other things. In your review, is there some sort of merging with the infrastructure funding gap that will be brought into play?
Through the chair, I think that has to occur. And you're talking about the intensification infrastructure? We are actually right now having conversations about how we can support development within our plans to upgrade in the city center. And as we see more development coming forward, as well as plans to have an overall downtown, for lack of a better word, city center plan for infrastructure upgrades.
Okay. I know you've, this probably wasn't an easy report to write or report to give, so thanks very much for the work. I look forward to a not 2-year review. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments or questions before we call? Oh, Councilor Zakidniak, go ahead.
Thank you. So I do have a couple of questions. So one of them I think you've probably already answered, but I just want to clarify. So the jump to the rate under the current model from 297,000 to 632,000. So that's based on the model. The reason for that jump is, just to make sure I understand, is because some of the assumptions in the model were faulty. So if we were to, the correct implementation of the model would bump up the charge to 632,000. I guess, yeah, I just need you to explain why if that change is the result of you correcting faulty assumptions or just plugging numbers into the model.
Ms. Bryden?
Change in that calculated rate is in relation to updating the 7.5% and then fully addressing the projected costs of the projects within the model. And I think there's one additional project that was added into the model. But we did not adjust the assumptions that we know to be incorrect in that 632,000 calculation. If we adjusted all of the assumptions to what we think would be more correct, we would be looking at a rate over $1 million in that model right now. So the change, the model as it is, with an inflationary factor applied, updating a lot of the project costs, and adding a new project calculates a rate out at that $600 and some thousand.
Okay. On page 2 of the report, you have a chart that that talks about the rate over time. Can you explain the variability in this chart? So from 2018 is 442,000 and now is 297,000. Can you explain like why it has in 2018 was at that rate and has now gone down to the current rate?
Thank you, through the chair. So I think a lot of the things that would have impacted that would have been just the costing of projects. There was also some changes made to reduce, say, I believe some transportation projects we reduced in the model to help keep the rate down. We moved some projects out that we didn't feel were needed within the time frame that they were in the model originally at, and some of those types of adjustments in order to bring that rate down.
Okay. And the delayed projects on Appendix E, so, you know, this isn't part of the recommendations that we need to approve. This is, as from my understanding, an administrative decision that you are planning to delay these projects. So some of the risks are outlined in that appendix. Would you say that administration overall feels comfortable with the plan to delay these projects, with the risks associated?
Thank you, through the chair. Yes, we are.
Okay. Okay. So I was going to ask about the time of the review. That question has been answered. This is, I struggle a little bit with this in terms of like what, you know, obviously we've identified a problem. We need to do some work to address it. I understand that setting it from a rate of 297,000 to 632 would not be a sustainable change. I appreciate the recommendation. While this review is happening, I'm prepared to support it because the work is going to occur to come up with a number that reflects a better number, a better model, so I can support administration's recommendation while this work is ongoing. Otherwise, I feel it would be a case of me just randomly assigning a number, and I don't have the qualifications to do so. So I appreciate that you flagged this, that you're going to work on it, and I'm prepared to accept your recommendation for how to proceed in the meantime. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilor Bresciani.
Just one last question. In regards to I guess, emergency and safety around safety, I'm going to go back to, again, 105. How do we deem these as when we constantly defer and we rate safety? How does, I guess, and I hope this becomes part of the model with reports on, because transportation has been on the low, and I get, we've got lots of water and sewer, but my point is that, and I'll just go back to the one where it has been deferred again, and how does safety become a lever that we decide that, no, this project has to move forward? What do we use to gain that?
Thank you. Through the chair, I think I'll refer this question to Ms. Gazmo in terms of that particular project.
Through the chair, when we completed the Arcola study, which really looked at traffic in the southeast, a review of accidents and the type of accidents that occurred was part of that review. So when we do those types of studies, accidents and safety is a consideration. The recommendations in that report spoke to improvements that would address some of the safety concerns there. So I'll use an example of weaving around the University Park Drive. The recommendation was an on-ramp from Assiniboia Avenue that would help with some of that weaving movement. There were also intersection improvements that included some pedestrian improvements that would help with safety from that perspective. So it's those type of studies that we review and analyze the safety and current conditions, and the projects that are recommended are intended to address those things.
The last question is just, do we take any feedback from SGI, who has recommended constantly that the intersection and pieces of that on Arcola need to be fixed? From Regina Police Service, from Fire, and from EMS, do we use any of that data to make any of these decisions?
Through the chair, the data that we use on accident statistics, I believe, comes from SGI. I couldn't speak to whether we actually had specific consultation with RPS or SGI through the consultant's work.
Okay, so, but we do use that data?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bresciani. I see no other speakers to the motion. Clerk, could I ask you to put the question to the main motion?
Councillor Bresciani, you have to vote. Deputy Mayor, with respect to the motion, it is passed in a vote of 9-1. All members voting in favor include Councillors Zakidniak, Nelson, LeBlanc, Stadnichuk, Bresciani, Mancinelli, Findura, Mayor Masters, and yourself. And the councillor voting against is Councillor Stevens.
Thank you very much. Could I have a motion for private session? Councillor Bresciani, thank you very much. I'll call a question. Any opposed? Seeing none opposed, motion carried. Could I have a motion to recess this meeting for 10 minutes until 25 after 3? Councillor Mancinelli, any opposed? Carried.